È il mio quarto,
take it out.
è la mia quarta edizione della India Energy Week.
La mia seconda.
Hai fatto dei link qua.
Sono attivi i microfoni?
Sono attivi.
Sì.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this panel, Fast-Tracking India's Green Mobility Economy, Identifying and Driving Opportunities for Multimodal, Multi-Fuel Initiatives. India's transport transition is both an emission challenge and an industrial opportunity. With almost 400 million vehicles, 15% of national emissions, and roughly 7% of GDP contribution, India cannot afford a single-track solution. Today's discussion is about the high-impact market, policy, financing, and technology levers that can turn the diversified fuel vision into a scalable, investable, and globally competitive green mobility ecosystem, and about the stakeholders who must work together to make it happen. My name is Alessandro Zampieri. I'm a partner at BCG from the Middle East office. I work on decarbonization solutions, and I'm joined here on stage by our three distinguished speakers. We have Beatriz Lipus, SVP and Head of Energy Business Unit at Scient. We have Dr. Paolo Frankel, Head of Renewable Energy Division at International Energy Agency. And we have Maria Rosa Baroni, President of NGV Italy. Before we dive deeper into the discussion, I would like to ask our panelists to introduce themselves and their organizations. Let's start from Beatriz and then go down the list.
Thanks very much, and thanks for having me today. Yes, I'm representing the energy business at Scient. Scient is an engineering services company headquartered in India, but globally present. We have approximately 16,000 employees and do all different kind of engineering solutions under the heading of engineering embracing intelligence. In the energy business, that basically means for us engineering around plant, product, and technology. And also we are heavily involved from an automotive perspective, and they're also obviously designing electric vehicles. One project that I'll refer later to also quite actively is regarding green hydrogen, where we are involved in Norway on a kind of prestigious first of its kind project that I think we can heavily leverage on also for the India market.
Thank you, Beatriz. Paolo?
So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Paolo Franco. I'm the head of the Renewable Energy Division at the International Energy Agency. The IEA is part of the OECD. We have 32 member countries, but we also have 13 so-called association countries, including India, but also China, Brazil, South Africa, and so on. And with that, we actually cover more than 85% of energy demand in the world. And we have a privileged, let's say, place from Paris to look at all the energy, all fuels, all technologies, all sectors in the energy field in the world. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for having me here. I represent NGV Italy, that is the association that represents the industry for the green transition. We participate to all the forum, international and national. We work very hard with our government and of course with the European community. Our industries is leading and leaders in new technology, innovative technologies that we export all around the world. And this goes 360 degrees. That means from biofuel, B-fuel, hydrogen, and also EV, of course. And we are pushing for a very neutral technology. That's the only way to really decarbonize the world. And we are active in Italy, talking to the governments and trying to help this great country to decarbonize. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Rosa. So let's start. India is explicitly betting on a diversified fuel portfolio, not just a single technology pathway. Based on international benchmarks or anything that you see through your experience on the ground, where is this approach clearly working today, and where do you see maybe the highest risks of fragmentation, misallocation of capital, or stranded infrastructure assets?
So perhaps if I can start, the diversified approach, I could only agree there with you. It's the only way possible, and the neutral approach there. I'm not sure there's a single country where we can say, and perhaps my colleagues feel differently here, but there's a single country where we can say that it works out really extremely well. I would say one country that is overall reasonably advanced is, I mentioned Norway as an example in terms of the hydrogen project that we are doing. Electric vehicles adoption obviously is extremely high there. If you look at it, I think in 2025 it was something like 90% of the new vehicle sale for commercial vehicles were electric vehicles. So I think Norway is reasonably well advanced, but is it well enough diversified? There are also pockets that don't work out there. So I'm not sure there's one single country, but Norway, also given our involvement, definitely comes to my mind there.
Awesome. Paolo?
So, may I start from another angle? We live in a period of extreme uncertainty and volatility, but still, how our executive director, Dr. Birol, reminds, there are some certainties. One, and I deliberately choose this one on energy security, because energy security is the heart of the work of the IEA from its start. Energy security is changing, but three golden rules of this energy security are not changing. One is the diversification. Second is predictability. And the third is cooperation between suppliers and demand, between countries. Now, why I'm starting with that? Because recognizing that every country situation is different, we really have to have an all-fuel, all-technology approach. And sometimes this is not the case. I'm European. In Europe, very often there is an electric vehicle against biofuels, against something else discussion, which frankly is not very helpful. We need both, at least in an interim period, transition period of 10 years. And with respect to that, I wish to mention the report that we produced, which underpins the Belém Sustainable Fuels quadrupling factor. This is not against electrification. It is in addition of electrification. The IEA is the organization that very clearly shows that electricity demand is growing 3 times faster than energy demand. We are in favor of electrification. We are in favor of electric vehicles, but we are also in favor of sustainable fuels. Now, on the sustainable fuels, however, one important point is that there are predictable policies for the short, medium, long terms, and a fair and transparent carbon accounting system, life cycle assessment of the system that really can compare the different fuels, including the biofuels, low emission ammonia and hydrogen, e-fuels in a consistent manner. We think this is the approach to go. You asked for a country. I don't think there is one country that does everything very well, but the approach of the Fuel of the Future law in Brazil is, in my opinion, one of the best practice around the world, and they are also going towards more electrification. So if I have to pick one example to look at, that's Brazil.
Okay, well, my colleague Paolo almost said everything I was going to say, so I change a little bit subject. We are really trying to look at the world in a 360 degrees, as I say, because we have to remember that we have Africa, we have countries that will be very slow with carbonization. And right now, if we talk about India, India is the second producing CO2 in the world. So they also need to go fast for decarbonization, but they have to be pragmatic. I mean, they also have to think that they have more than 1,500,000 people to take care. So there are others very important values that they have to go. So we in Italy, we would like to have a very strong point, also starting from the European Commission, that when we go and look for emission, we have to look to emission in a different way that now is calculated. Now, when we are talking about electrical vehicles, they look at the emission from the engine to the floor, to the wheels, which means that no matter where the electricity comes, they are considered zero emission, which I think that's really something absolutely wrong, because most of the time, in any part of the world, the electricity is also done with coal when they are happy, otherwise with natural gas. But never, as 2 years ago and last year, South Africa sold coals to Europe. That means that Europe, when I read a bus, they say zero emission, I say, well, that's not true. They are teasing you, because where the electricity come from? So we want emission coming from well to wheel. That means that you have to look from the source of the molecular to the end of the molecular. That would be very fair. Sometimes in Europe it's very difficult for that to be accepted. They adopted, I don't know why, and I don't want to enter in very peculiar situation, but they adopted just electrical. That means that Europe is on the end of Chinese. And I have nothing against China. It's a beautiful country, but we need to be independent. And right now, the choice is to buy LNG from United States at a very high price, or electrical tools and cars and solar panels from China. My country has signed a very important agreement with the Mediterranean countries, that means Africa, that is called Piano Mattei. That means that we are trying to help Africa countries to develop their own technology, sometimes based on hydrogen, because they have lots of sun, cheap power. And we are trying to get energy from Africa, and right now also from Saudi Arabia. But still, we don't have enough. The world has to look really, if we want to decarbonize, to have a very intelligent approach. I have a small electrical car in Milano. For a city car is wonderful. But if I'm responsible of ships, I'm responsible of trains, I'm responsible of boats, how do they go? They need biofuel. They need a third way to look at the strategy. So my trucks that have to go from the Alps to 4,000 meters, 3,500 meters, to Sicily, to small villages in the mountain, they will never be able to do that with the load of EV, with the load of batteries. So I think that each country has to look at their own needs and use with wise what is the best for really decarbonization. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I think you all agree that a multi-fuel system is an optimal solution globally and for India. So I would just like to understand now, how do we drive scale fast? So how do we build the infrastructure that we need, the feedstock that we need fast enough for this energy transition to happen? Maria Rosa, you want to start? So we go the other way around?
No, I prefer to hear what my friend says, not repeat the same.
So I go back to my second. After diversification, the other key word is predictability. And predictability means many things, but it means, first, to have not just short-term targets, but to have also medium and longer-term targets, to have a clear understanding on what are the infrastructure needs are, and not because infrastructure needs time. So it's important to put it in a coherent time context. If you have a lot of fuels, but you don't have the ports, you go nowhere. If you don't have the storage facilities for biofuels, that's a missing point. If you miss the collection point between biogas and the gas grid, you go nowhere. So that's the second part. And then it's understanding how supply chains function. Now, let me focus at the moment for 1 second on India, on the biofuels part, and basically because we just released a special India Bioenergy market report a few hours ago. This is available on our website. And we think the following, that India has done an amazing job in the field of ethanol, with some caveats, but in generally speaking, an amazing job in a short time. It has been starting well with compressed biogas. It needs to have more policy attention on biodiesel and sustainable aviation fuels. And it needs, in our view, four main policy priority areas. The first, it sounds generic and maybe naive, but it's really to have a roadmap. When I say a roadmap, it's not just the targets, it's much more. It's understanding what is behind the targets and makes them feasible. And with that, also fixing some important technology milestones. Compressed biogas is still expensive today. In 5 years from now, we have to make it sure that the cost goes down. Otherwise, things will stop. SAF, there is a big price cost. We need to put in place many things, innovation or innovative financing, in order this cost to go down, because otherwise when the scale up goes really much larger, the customers will not want to pay. So, sorry, I'm going faster. The important point is the roadmap. The second is really the infrastructure, because it takes time. Innovation. We need to understand that this is a multi-technology process that has technologies at different stage of maturity. And the fourth is sustainability criteria. India has a paradoxic situation. It has the stringent criteria on what they call green hydrogen, and so far it has nothing on biofuels. This needs to be fixed in order to get to transparent, robust life cycle assessment that really manage to compare transport means from the well to the wheel.
Okay, thank you very much. I can take, since for the last 30 years, I've been working quite closely with the Minister of Oil and Gas, and of course now also New Energies, and of course with the main oil and gas companies. So I'm open to everything. I think that the main point of India and other countries, of course, is to be very clear what they want to reach, what they really want. And that's very difficult. The roadmap is very difficult because there is always something in the air that say, well, ideology is the best, we all go EV and so on. But we have, for example, we have a country in Europe, it's not even a European, that each family has an electrical car because it was given by the government almost free of charge. But they are also one of the third, I think, one of the largest exporter of petrol around the world. That's Norway. So you see the contradiction. They pay the subsidy to electrical car with the money they make selling crude oil. So in a way, they claim one ideology, and the other they look for money, and that's the world. So I think that India has all the way to do a very good job, but they have it's very important that they have very clear idea. For example, I see that in Europe, where we have subsidies, in Italy and all the rest of Europe, most of the time the subsidies are not even for electrical car, are not even asked because people don't want electrical car. Maybe it's wrong, but that's the truth. So at the end is the market that is going to put the last word, and the market has to be informed, the market has to be helped, because we want decarbonization and we want to teach them how can they do it, depending what we call the last miles. For me, is perfect. A truck, a bus, a train, last mile, it can be EV or hydrogen. But when they have to run for long distance, let's say from Delhi to Chennai, I don't see any truck going just on EV. So infrastructure are very expensive, extremely expensive. And when we see a country like India, they really to do a great job to adopt this, for example, electrical filling points and so. So I think that's a very critical moment. I'm talking quite often to the ministries, and they understand that they will be the third country in the world very soon, also because they are pragmatic and they look at the the real world because they need to do it. So that's the road that India has to do. Not easy, but that's what I wish they learn how to do it. I'm sure they will do it.
I would just like to stress on one thing that you said in terms of the not only focusing on the short term, but really also in parallel driving the longer term elements, because from my perspective, otherwise that's one of the biggest risks that India has, that they only focus on what can bring us the short-term scale, which is, yes, important, but then there's a ceiling that will be reached at some point of time. And if we don't now already have a roadmap for something that gives us longer-term scale, then we would reach a ceiling and we would lose a significant amount of time and would not get to where India can get and has to get to.
Can I jump on this? And maybe then I will have also a question for her if I can. Now, can I do the example of sustainable aviation fuels in India? It's an interesting one because, of course, the cheapest option are the biofuels, but they are competing with aggressive biodiesel targets. Now, on the positive side, India has seen this, is actually seeing this in advance, and is looking precisely at medium-term, longer-term solution. Notably, one is ethanol alcohol to jet, which today is difficult, more expensive, but tomorrow could be a very important other solution. And maybe after tomorrow, we will have e-kerosene from renewable hydrogen and then CO2. So in this respect, India is a good, and in the case of SAF, India is a good example of taking a good approach, which I repeat, the transport is one of the sectors, not the only one, but one where really there is this problem of pushing different technologies at different level of maturity and costs. So if we focus only on upscaling the cheapest one, that's good in the short term, but in the medium term, we hit the wall. And then we are unprepared. The opposite would also be problematic, to put too much emphasis today on the costly options. I would have some comments on the European approach on this. The perfect mix from the IEA perspective is in between. And when I come back to the roadmaps, I think it's helpful to have indicative technology milestones for every 5 years and revise. Because today, we don't know exactly what we will have 5 years. If I ask you 5 years ago, would you think that artificial intelligence was so advanced? No. This is true also for other technologies. So I'll stop it there, but just to say in a positive note in this case that India is realizing this. This is one of the main recommendations of our report, to look at diversified paths, looking at the short, medium, and long term.
Paolo, you
Can
have
I
a
ask
question?
that?
Yeah, of course, you make my job very easy.
Because she mentioned Norway. Is Italy. This happens to be an Italian panel almost. Sure. We are 3 Italians, over 4. Now, by chance, it was not... Would you agree that one of the biggest obstacles in Italy is a crazily high electricity price in public charging stations? And would you compare that with the price that a Norwegian or a Finnish person, we are sticking to Europe, because if you don't look at this ecosystem...
I agree with you totally, because that's the problem of not myself, but of my country. You know, we are not any more competitive because for us now energy is extremely expensive. Italy was based on gas, natural gas from Russia. For example, in my board, I had Gazprom because we are talking about energy. So right now, the price is going from 1 to 8. That's the average cost that we have now. So anything is extremely expensive. I remember that my mother was saying that years ago, when she was a little girl, they were going around to turn on the lights and so on because it was too expensive. Then we became rich. Light was, energy was very cheap. But right now we go back, we have to say, please, shut off the light, turn off the light, and so on. So everything is based on that. That's why also with my government, we are looking to Africa to get new energy like hydrogen or solar and so on. We are open to all options. I think we have new energy, especially for transport, was born in Italy. Before the Second World War, Italy had sanctions, so they didn't have any fuel. And at that time, they used anything for run a car or a bus, wine, alcohol, whatever it was. And that they had the idea to use LPG and then CNG. And we exported it all around the world until a few years ago. Anything that was talking about biofuel was Italian. And still now, our companies are leading in anything, not only in gas, but in hydrogen, in solar. Solar, no, because we buy all Chinese at the moment. So the problem in India now, the electricity is very cheap. I remember 30 years ago, very few people had AC, and very few people, unless they had a generator, had light. Right now, it's very cheap in big town, and they join every place. And that's the great difference. They are very lucky. They have sun, they have wind. So I think that electricity and power and solar power is going to win in India, but not all over. There are some situations where they have to accept. And I was talking today with my friend of Gales, and they are looking for mixed fuel, of course, ethanol, even hydrogen. I am one of the promoter of a mixed hydrogen in fuel. You gain lots of CO2 capture. Unfortunately, you have to do many testing. With SNAM, we are trying hydrogen, a mix of hydrogen and gas up to 20%. And at the moment, it's working. The material, the engines, and the pipeline, it's okay for up to 20% of hydrogen. That means 20% of less CO2. So I think that the smart way of looking to the future is to be open to any solution that is going to help, that is going to be available, that is going to be economically sustainable, and looking maybe in the future, in some years, everybody will have a wing and we will fly. I don't know what's going to happen. And we don't need any extra sources of energy. The intelligent will do something with the moon or with the sun or with the... So I think that to be smart, to be intelligent, to look ahead, to be pragmatic is really the solution for a country like India, and I think they are. Thank you very much.
On a lighter note, I'm from Germany, so what should I say about the price there? So absolutely with you, but affordability in India is going to be the key. If you look at coal price and everything, we have spoken about wind and solar now, but otherwise there's not going to be any movement there. Sorry.
No, thank you, Beatrice. So maybe you have been touching a lot upon technology and infrastructure maturity. And so why don't we speak a little bit more about that? And maybe we can start, Beatrice, you can start if you want, sort of mapping a little bit, what's the solution space, right? There are different fuels, different green fuels, different applications and segments, right? Just understand a bit that landscape, unpack it for the audience, and then talk about what are the challenges or the breakthroughs that are needed in order for these technologies to advance and commercialize at scale.
I am not sure I'm the best one to talk about the overview. Perhaps I would hand over to the other panelists. One example that I could perhaps give is, I'd mentioned already a bit earlier, the hydrogen topic, the green hydrogen. We think that there's a significant amount of potential there, not as the main solution over there, but for certain areas. And one example there is in Norway, there's at the moment an electrolysis production facility which is in development. It's a first of its kind that is going to develop or provide pressurized hydrogen directly from the factory to the vessel for bunkering. It is still relatively early stage. There's still a lot of exploration that needs to be done. My other panelists were mentioning that overall for hydrogen, But we strongly believe that, especially if the electrolysis efficiency can be further improved, that there is a significant amount of potential. Now, not for all segments of transportation. That's that's why we also believe strongly in that mix. But that's one area where India is heavily looking into and where there's a significant amount of potential for sure.
Fantastic.
So, I wish to maybe take it from another angle. We are speaking about technologies, some of which, including hydrogen, is at the beginning of a long journey, has not yet the necessary economies of scale. So the point is not just seeing from a supply point of view, but also from demand. Now, at the IEA, we have a bit half of a joke on hydrogen, which is hydrogen has three priorities: demand, demand, demand. And the reason for that is that there has been a lot of emphasis on technology push, but not exactly at the demand, at the predictable demand creation, and who pays the extra costs. That's the critical point. And the equivalent, and this is different from, let's say, the solar or wind story in the past, where this was solved through the feed-in tariffs. And then everything changed, and today they are the cheapest option. By the way, one before I forget, solar plus battery auctions in India right now are cheaper than new coal. Full stop. Forget the environment, climate change. They are the cheapest option for new generation in a country where energy demand and electricity demand is massively exploding. That's the future from economic grounds. Returning to hydrogen. The demand, creating a predictable demand and the willingness to pay of consumers for very small shares of a new technology, this is a critical point. Everybody is super worried about the high cost. Yesterday we were discussing SAF. Oh, that's impossible. SAF is so expensive. Excuse me, we are speaking about 1% in the mix. If you calculate this, this is then in the end a 5% more of the price ticket. Are you really sure that you cannot find some ways of policy making that this is absorbed? So what matters, and if we have time I go back to the electric vehicles, is also how we form prices and how this burden of this extra cost of the new technologies is allocated. This is sometimes forgotten, but it's actually one of the most crucial points in this story. And at the beginning, even if the costs are much higher, the total cost for society is very small. So it's an allocation problem.
Well, I agree totally. I mean, I think in the beginning, even the first car or trucks, they were very expensive 150 years ago when they started, or 120. I remember I read something about Agnelli when the first car was extremely expensive because 3 cars, 5 cars, they were prototypes. So anything that is coming up, they will have the possibility to have a cost decrease, of course, but it needs also faith. I mean, people have to accept that in the future things will change, and it's not easy. I read the agreement that Europe is going to sign, because it's not even yet signed, with India about the new cooperation. But I also read that India is asking that what in Europe needs certificate of origin that shows that everything is green. If you steel, like for example, India could sell lots of steel to Europe, but it has to have the certificate of origin to be green. So here they has to be gray, not green, because green is extremely expensive. They will not be competitive. We are trying to talk to them, to tell, for example, inox plant, cement plants, and so on, that using hydrogen, they would become greener. Right now, most of them, they use coal. But what they say, that the cost is too high, really too high. They just burn anything that is around to get heating and so. So I think that step by step, The world has to look what really is coming up, trying to subsidies, trying intelligent subsidies that are not thrown away, and look with open mind the future for our next generation. And I have my grandchildren, so I'm very looking for a better world. I started to look at 1990 to alternative fuel, but not only for mobility, for everything, for heating and so on. So that's my point. We have to help the world to decarbonization, and we also have to find a way to make everything cheaper. Otherwise, it's not going to work, especially in countries like Africa or sometimes also like India. I can tell you one thing, that the Chinese came to me because my vice president is president of IGU. IGU is International Gas Union. And until last year, the presidency was Chinese. And they are using lots of LNG, lots of gas. They came to me asking, how can we use gas in a better way? So that shows that, the world is very strange. Sometimes it's talking and sometimes it's doing. That's the big difference.
Can I jump in on and go back to the problem of allocation of costs? Can I take your reasoning? So if you take green, let's call it low emission, I prefer low emission hydrogen, not using colors. And let's imagine that the premium for this is 200, 300%, depending on the country. So obviously, if you are competing on a commodity price, you don't go nowhere, okay? Now, you transfer this on a ton of steel, of low emission steel, and the premium is 40%, roughly. And then you transfer this in the price of a car, of a medium luxury, of a Mercedes. You're German, right? Okay. I'm sorry to say, but the extra premium is 1%. Nobody, however, in the policy making makes this value chain consideration. And one thing that we are debating very often on hydrogen is precisely the options of public procurement on some car fleets going backwards. And once again, the price difference on the Mercedes or an electric car or whatever is 1%. This should be enough. This is super small, or let's say small, for the final product, but it's big enough to create scale and a market perspective over the supply chain. This is missing. Now, India, interestingly, in the hydrogen mission, has some of these considerations, and we praise that. Of course, it will take time. Coming to the CBAM, we hope that the Indians understand that in the longer term, producing lower emission hydrogen and steel here will be in their absolute benefit, and the benefit for everybody. It will actually lead to more competitive products in the medium term.
Thank you, Paolo. Well said. And so who finances this transition, right? We're going to need hundreds of billions, actually trillions of dollars to build the infrastructure that we need. We need finance to fund the research that we need to develop new technologies, new feedstocks, and scale up these technologies. So how do we do all of this? Anyone has an idea on that?
I can restart again. I don't think there is a problem of lack of finance per se. There is a problem of allocation. There is a problem of how the financial sector looks at these things. And basically, it's the risk-benefit ratio which matters. And I go back to the fact that if there is not a predictable policy framework, that's difficult. And then the financial sector immediately goes somewhere else where this risk benefit is lower. Having said so, there is a clear shift from investment from the fossil fuels to the clean energy technology, which is, of course, well, not doped, but certainly dominated by what is happening in China. But it's true also worldwide. So in the past, the fossil fuel investments were the majority. Now it's the other way around. And even in India is this. So even if I would not be worried about the trillion scale, but I would concentrate on one thing, which is, again, predictability. And maybe getting an example of the LNG story. The key point in the LNG deployment is when some countries, and notably Japan, had the very good idea to get the suppliers and the demand together in the same place and let them speak to each other. Because the energy investments are long-term investments, all of them, the ones that require more infrastructure even more than the others. And the only way is to say, to make something more predictable. Then the investors will come. I may be too optimistic, but for me, there is not a lack of money problem. There is a lack of money going to the right place.
Well, I think that the world, as you say, it's really the one that we have to look at, be predictable. Stakeholders, investors need security. In the last few years, they invested in different areas, and these areas were destroyed in 5 years, 3 years, 2 years. Well, I think that one thing we have to look, and it is very important to see the future. In September in Milano, we had a huge convention, also for the same DGM, beautiful convention. They were most Americans, they were most Texan people. And the world was, we will supply you oil and gas forever. So that will be our last word, oil and gas, very cheap to you. And if you want to be friend, you have to buy oil and gas from us. So then I know, because I told you I had Gazprom in my board, one of the richest area, and that's why they are trying to fight for that, would be the north, the Baltic area, the Arctic pole, because with the frosting, they will be so rich of oil and gas that it will be so cheap that it will be very difficult for countries to say no to that source of energy. So I think that the world lost a very important battle. I remember that 20, 25 years ago, they were talking about CO2 capture. And for me, that was the solution. It was too expensive at that time. And right now we pay 10 times more for not having invested in that time on CO2 capture. That would have been the solution. And right now we have lots of problems going on. But we have to look to everything in order to have security for the investor, to see what's going to happen politically and geographically. Because when I talk to IGU or oil and gas companies, they say they will be, if you go to Saudi Arabia, if you go to the Gulf, they are sure that their oil will go on forever, and so the gas. And that's a big question mark for investors.
Can I start from the end? Of course, Saudi Arabia has an interest to sell oil and gas for forever, let's say. Two remarks. They are now investing massively in solar. They actually have more solar than oil, and they realize that this is true. Of course, in order to exploit this, then they have to have the grids. I think in general, we should not forget the cost of climate change. This is not very fashionable in this last year, but it's still there. It's not going away. So society at large will have to pay for the cost of climate change. And indeed, I would just remark that the financing is going through the clean energy technology part. But the biggest drivers is not necessarily the climate change, but is the energy security angle. In the energy security angle, we had some interdependencies. And I really quote once again our executive director, Dr. Birol. It's always a wrong approach to put only the feet in one basket.
Sure.
It's very good to diversify as much as possible. And coming to Europe, the dependency on one big producer or one fuel created a big shock of prices that we are actually paying very hard right now. So diversifying is the.
You are talking the same language in France, although they have a nuclear. We don't have anything, for example, in Italy. But I also want to say that also, electricity, any new energy, it has to be taken care and used by very careful, because I don't know if you were aware what happened in Spain this summer. When you are not good in managing also electricity, you can have big problem of peaks. For 3 days or 2 days and a half, Spain was without light, without power. Hospital had no power at all. And 3 days later, it was in Portugal. So everything that is new, it takes attention, it takes technology, and it takes very, very careful design and approach. Otherwise, can be a mess, everything.
Absolutely agreed. However, I think the best example, and that's what I had in mind, I wanted to say the same in Saudi Arabia investment in solar. That's massive. And I have to admit, when I learned that first time some time ago, I was absolutely surprised. But if this country looks into such kind of investment and diversification, then it's clear that number one, that's a mandatory thing for everybody. Theoretically, we in Europe have gone a different way, yes. But number two, that predictability angle is from my perspective also the biggest challenge in terms of where the money flows. Because for money givers, it doesn't matter all that much in terms of where their money goes. They need to see a return, and if they don't have that certainty, at least to a certain level, then I think that will be the biggest challenge. Coming back to hydrogen, final remark on that offtake is definitely the biggest challenge there. No doubts about that, from a financing and from an overall perspective.
Can I respond to her? She's giving me a lot of ideas. So, the Iberian Peninsula blackout. It was less than 3 days, fortunately, but yes, but yeah. But one point is very true. We have to make sure that the regulatory framework and all the rules of how the markets, and in particular the electricity market, work are adapting to the new technologies. We have a special event at the forthcoming IEA Ministerial next week on electricity security, and it's really sounding incredible, but the rules that manage electricity system in most parts of the world are still the ones of the last century, the 20th century.
Well, if you go to Delhi, all Delhi, you see how they use the electricity. You don't know how, they are not on fire every day. So everything has to be very carefully used.
No, but I'm referring to
Sure,
very advanced economies that in principle are perfect. They are not.
Of course.
And these rules need to be changed.
Of course.
And here I wanted to say something on that we have not discussed so far, which is digitalization, which is a big asset for India.
Of course.
Now, digitalization can help massively in the management of power systems, in the management of grids. In another point, we didn't discuss this before, the electricity prices at the recharging station are the problem for electric vehicles in Italy. I have a Finnish colleague that very proudly showed me his app. He can decide exactly when recharging his electric Audi, in the hours where basically electricity is for free in Finland because there is a surplus of wind in the night. And he pays nothing. I have no car in Paris, but in Italy I wanted to rent an electric car. And then I looked at the prices, which are 80 cents or €1 per kilowatt hour, €1 in a public charging station. This is crazy.
Sure.
This is absolutely no way.
Sure.
But who has the digitalization asset can do much, much better. And I think this is a very serious point for India, because India has great digitalization programs and skills.
You are right. You're really right.
And so maybe we are in the last few minutes of the discussions. So if you think about the green mobility sector in India, right, and just trying to wrap it up with that, where would you like to see India in 5 years from now, right? And maybe if you have one thought on how do we get there, what is the one thing that would get us there, if it exists?
I mean, what? Yeah, please start.
For me, there's not one thing. I don't see that one thing. I would want to see it. I think we all said it already. I would want to see it well balanced. I would want to see that that the multiple different modes of transportation, because we spoke about mobility here primarily, and it's not only transportation, it's obviously also industries and whatever, but in mobility, that multi-modal, multi-fuel approach is extremely well balanced, with a roadmap in place also for the next decades, and with the more advanced ones, like what I said, being well balanced, and with the less advanced ones having reached a certain maturity level. There is not, from my perspective, one way. However, one critical element that Paolo just right now mentioned, that digitalization power that India has as a country, and that India has gained a lot of expertise developing projects, solutions for different countries. If we bundle that knowledge basically and that experience and use it for our own country, so use it for India, that's definitely something that I think that can heavily help accelerating that.
Maria Rosa.
So I think, first, I think recognize that India has already done a lot of good things in transport, pushing different transport modes. Well, continue to do so with the recognition that an all-fuel diversification strategy is the right way to go. And I think this is true with the programs that are supporting electric vehicles, now with the programs that they have on different application of biofuels with the hydrogen mission. It would be good to have a comprehensive approach for all of them together. I come back to the Brazilian approach of the fuel of the future law to see something with the following in mind. The best options will be a mix of these solutions. We should not be too afraid that some of them may be too expensive at the beginning, and some of them will fail, to be honest. But the mix and this approach will actually, in the end, will be the approach that has the most secure and the most affordable mix. This is what I would like to see them. I think India has already started in the good direction, but it would be good to have another view of all these different possibilities together.
Well, I think that if you hear Minister Puri Singh, Arnab Puri Singh, he represents exactly what you just said. He said plurality. He said let's use whatever we have. It's economic, it's valid, it's usable, it's affordable. To go to decarbonization. He was ambassador in Brazil, so he's trying to copy in a way with ethanol and so on, you can see. So when I talk to him, he's very, very open to all the options. What I wanted to say is that we have, India has great possibility also to use their own products. For example, we have very leading companies doing waste to fuel, waste to biofuel, farming to biofuel, waste to hydrogen, to ammonia. So that's the way you solve problem. The big problem of waste that you have in India can be solved becoming fuel, becoming energy, as I say, hydrogen. Fuel. I saw the first biomethane plant in Lidköping in Sweden in 2002 because I'm very curious. I heard and I say I go and see. And for me it was the example that everything turns back and you don't waste anything. So that's the way we have to go. We have to help India as much as we can in our little things, in our little possibilities, but I think this is a great country and they will do a very good job, and I'm sure that if they don't follow the example of Europe, they will be winning, because right now Europe has some problem. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. We are almost at time. Unless you have any final remarks, I would like to wrap it up here. So I'd like to thank you all panelists for your time, preparation, for the very open discussions and very informative discussions today. And please do join me in a round of applause for the panelists.
And in March, I will be in Saudi Arabia to see what they are doing. There is a big show over there. And I'm very curious because I've been in Saudi Arabia 30 years ago when it was still really the Saudi Arabia. I had to go all black, you know, and walk one arm behind the man. And there was only gas and oil. And right now, as you say, they are open to all this. And I wanted to say that Italy has done some progress because with NAM, which is the Gale, let's say, Gale of Europe. We have pipeline all over Europe with NAM. We will be the first hub of hydrogen from Algeria and probably from Libya. So we can be the hub of Europe, and that would be cheap hydrogen. So it takes time, but I think that we are working also on that. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Yeah, it's
Very good afternoon. Hi, can you hear me? No. Sorry? You're on, I think. Yeah. Hi, can you hear me now? Yeah. All right. A very good afternoon to everyone. We have a very interesting panel discussion now, especially on startup, climate technology, moving from R&D to mainstream. I'm Gaurav Moda. I lead the energy practice for EVA in India. We have our esteemed panelists here today. Shri Pradeep Das, he's the Chairman Managing Director for IREDA. Klaus Oleg, CTO and member of the Management Board for ThyssenKrupp Nucera, which focuses on hydrogen electrolysis technology. Bjorn Vigeri, Head of Innovation Accelerator, doing some very high-end work in Total Energies. We also have Alberto Modnani, MD of HyDep NextChem, an top engineering firm globally focusing on hydrogen. And we have Afina Ashfaq, leading from SED Fund. Nice to meet all of you. So the conversation we're going to have today is there is a lot of investment that goes into startups and motivating them, building them, growing them, but not enough of them scale up, or not enough of our proof of concepts, pilots scale up to much larger space. And what we have seen as EY, particularly in the last 1 to 2 years with our clients, is that now most clients are demanding that we move to the next level of digital and AI investments, where there are 3 big changes happening. Change 1 is POC, proof of concept, is no longer enough. Clients want scale. How do we scale at a massive national global level for using AI? Second, clients are looking to also integrate the base platforms, not just try and buy piecemeal for different departments, different geographies, but how do we build base strong platforms at an organization-wide level? And third, Gen AI, particularly beyond AI, is now almost democratizing how AI is being used, not just by people who code it, but also people who just understand English. And these 3 big trends, which are being demanded by clients in the market, are driving the panelists and us to ask more from our startup ecosystem on how do we scale these things happen. In that context, we'll start with Pradeep ji, you. You're at the forefront of financing, funding all the major startup ecosystem in the country in renewables and beyond. Help us understand how IREDA is making that happen at a country level.
Yeah, very good afternoon to you all, and thanks for the organizer for giving me opportunity and to represent IREDA and talk about the renewable. See, our domain is mandate and domain is restricted to only renewable, not to other area. And as our name of the ministry is Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, when you add the word new, so the question of startups essentially comes up there. And if you look at our portfolio in last 38 years, we have financed more than 1.82 lakh crores, in which almost 80% of the developers coming from private sector, and 25% of our portfolio you'll find completely coming from new and emerging, where essentially the startups work. If renewable, I can segregate into 2 categories. One is plain vanilla RE, that is wind, solar, hydro, and other one is new and emerging RE, that is your e-mobility, storage, both kind, base and pump storage, ethanol, CBG, green hydrogen and its derivatives, offshore winds. These are all the new and emerging in India, where huge amount of startups are working. Almost 60 to 70% of the startups are working in climate related activities, but hardly 10 to 15% gets debt financing. Now, as a lender, unless you understand the nuances of the sector, and capture the entire risk, and then take fair amount of risk mitigation plan in place till such time not only me, any lender will not come forward historically, globally. But we have been doing this since 38 years, which is plain vanilla RE now. These were also emerging and challenging RE 20, 25 years back. And we have been doing that. And as I said, we have financed more than 1.82 lakhs crores in last 38 years. Despite handling this new and emerging one, despite being in private sector, our cumulative write-off is 0.08%. So that means startups or the innovators, if they work in a perfect ecosystem where your policymaker, regulator, developer, and the lender work in a cohesive and balanced approach, then qualitative asset can be built in the country. And when you talk about startup, it is innovation, new, something R&D related one. Let us accept that so far in India, we have not focused R&D much. Still, it is not even 1% of our GDP is earmarked towards R&D funds. And globally, if you see the developed economies, they have 2 to 2.5% of their GDP towards R&D. But of late, the government of India's focus towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is self-reliance, we are now shifting our approach to Make in India, in which these startups are going to play a very key role. And in IREDA, when we do the new and emerging one, we do a huge amount of brainstorming, and we also handhold the global level knowledge partners with us. And we keep on engaging ourselves with the developers from concept to commissioning stage, as well as post-commissioning till the date is sorted out.
And I think on that note, Pradeepji, it will be useful to get a view, like you said, tying up with the global majors to scale this up. If you can just take a quick view from Klaus on this. Klaus, as Thyssenkrupp Nucera, you hold the technology for electrolysis. You are further enhancing it with R&D to make it more cost competitive, lucrative. India has huge demand that you want to grow the whole hydrogen ecosystem. If you can shed some light on how Thyssenkrupp Nucera can really make a difference in the Indian ecosystem. And then we'll come to the startups as well.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. And also good afternoon from my end. Yeah, I think maybe to give you a little bit of background before I answer your question directly, Thyssenkrupp Nucera has installed or is installing in total 3.3 gigawatt of electrolyzer capacity on a global level. That's a quite huge capacity. So along with the startup of those units, we will also gather and gain a lot of insight into how electrolyzers operate on a very large scale. And I just wanted to give you this background to understand how we would approach the Indian market. So first of all, I think with all the data that we get from there, and also referring back to what you initially said with respect to AI, we will certainly use a lot of AI, machine learning and so on, but you definitely need all the data. So that's important to get from those plants in operation. And from there on, we will certainly continue to refine our technology, and maybe in a future question, we will also get to what other technologies could be developed. So technology development continues to happen, but specifically looking on the Indian market, there are two things from my perspective which are important. First of all, you need a solid standing on the Indian market with respect to competency. So it does not make sense to develop, let's say, engineering capabilities in Europe only. You have to do this in India. The Indian colleagues are close to the market. They can help you to understand the market demands. They can help you to understand the market development and so on. So that's extremely crucial. So the engineering competencies need to be built up locally to have proximity to the customers and to the market. And second is the equipment supplies cannot come purely out of some other countries, Europe, rest of Asia, whatever. It really has to be localized. I think India gives an extremely good basis for this. We need to make sure we have proper qualification in place of respective suppliers. I think this is applicable to anywhere on the world, and then also includes India. But what I've seen in the past is you have great suppliers in this country. So I think localization of equipment supplies, of module fabrication is a must simply. And with that said, if you have the engineering competencies plus the fabrication or the procurement activities in the local market with a good technology backup from a company, regardless where it's located, then I think you're pretty well set up to roll out the technology on a large scale in India. And maybe a third point, and then I will close. A third point is you need to also entertain partnerships because you will have to build up partnerships for procurement, for fabrication, and especially when you go to site, you install the units there, you pre-commission them, you commission them, and finally you start them up.
So Make in India is the mantra from Klaus. I think we have another panel after this specifically on that as well. Thank you for sharing, Klaus. Bjorn, coming over to you, you lead something very interesting, which is the Innovation Accelerator for Total Energies at a global level. Now, Total is not just a small name, it's one of the top 5-6 global majors. How is Total Energies really making such a big difference in innovation, not just internally, but through this Innovation Accelerator, if you can share?
Yeah, thank you for the question. As you mentioned a little bit in the introduction, we realized, let's say, 2 years ago, that our industry has changed a lot and that the way we were doing innovation so far was not relevant anymore or not relevant enough. Total Energy has always been a company quite active in R&D. But the stakeholders, the companies, the institutions, all the mapping of our industry has changed, and we realized that the way we were innovating was not appropriate anymore. And so we decided, yes, to continue R&D, but we realized that we need to be a bit more focusing on the short-term innovation. And we need to be able to deal with startups. And when you deal with startups, you have to go fast. You have to react fast. And so that's why we created what we call the Innovation Accelerator, which aim is to solve the problem of our site, all the sites, all energy, globally, everywhere, by looking at the solution that exist on the market and by going directly to this solution and helping them to be tested, if we speak with about startup, and being able to deploy this solution rapidly. As you mentioned, doing a test of a technology, this we can do it, but after that, regularly, even when I discuss with some other companies, after it stopped. There's questions of budget, there's a question of who will pay, who will be the owner of the technology, who will manage all the deployment of that. And so we created one entity which has only one goal, is to accelerate all this process. So we have a direct budget decided at the COMEX level, which is given to us. And then we have a dedicated team who will go look at the problems that come and look for all the solutions that you can find globally everywhere. And this for us is a real change, which make possible to identify solutions, test them, and start the deployment of the solution in less than 1 year. And this is a real change for us. And I would say now we are dealing and discussing with other companies on how to do that.
So you've almost converted innovation into a factory.
We're trying
put it one after the other.
Yeah, and we learn, to be fair, we have to mention we learned a lot about what happened in the digital, because in the last 3-5 years, all the companies, or let's say the big oil and gas major, they created their digital factory, and we learned a lot about the difficulty to deploy. And based on that, we try to expand the scope of this factory and not to limit it to digital, but now we go to technological innovation. And this is passionating.
Very nice. Thank you. Thank you for that. Alberto, coming over to you, as one of the global top firms, engineering firms, particularly for building hydrogen, plants. I mean, while the equipment cost will be what it will be, the conversion cost will be what it will be. But I'm a strong believer that the engineering, if done right, can really make a difference on the cost of production in the long term. So how do you at HyDep look at hydrogen-based setups differently, which can help scale this whole environment for us?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Let me answer with the perspective of my group. Okay, as a group, we work on the energy and the oil and gas business, both as EPC contractors and as engineering and technology providers. Okay, and I think it is important to give both perspectives when it comes to how to optimize and reduce costs of green hydrogen project or value chain, because there is no single, in my opinion, cost item which will make the difference. All right. When we say that green hydrogen will happen the day we will be able to reduce by 50% the cost of electrolyzers, I think is a misleading statement. By the way, and I would be happy if Klaus can elaborate on that later on. But as EPC contractors, we don't see the cost of electrolyzers decreasing, the installed cost, right? It's a matter of considering the total cost of ownership when we discuss about green ammonia or green methanol, or let's say generally a power-to-X project. It is much more important to consider the total cost of ownership, and so the optimization of the engineering and the construction of the entire chain, rather than focusing on the single cost of the single equipment. Another statement that I have listened so many times is comparing the cost trajectory of PV to the potential cost trajectory of electrolyzers. It has no sense. It's a completely different technology. Electrolyzers are an electrochemistry stuff, which is much more complicated and complex. I mean, Klaus is a master of it, right?
Hopefully.
You can confirm. No? Yes, it is important to try to decrease the costs all across the value chain, and this is what we try to do, both as EPC contractors and as technology developers. If I have to add one last statement to this, which I think it is encouraging and important, is that unlike probably 5 years ago, where if we were been talking about membranes or frames or coated electrodes, we would have probably addressed a bunch of 4 or 5 suppliers as a whole. Today, I would say the last probably 12, 18 months, maybe 24 months, we are witnessing a global blossoming of startups coming in competition with the usual suspects in terms of membranes, let's say the critical performance components of electrolyzer. I think this is encouraging. Of course, it adds an extra level of maybe uncertainty, an extra level of risk, if you prefer to integrate into your technology a new membrane rather than the one from AGFA, for example, to make one name, very well proven. Yes, it adds an extra level of complexity, but it goes, in my opinion, in the right sense. So the message is dual. One, looking at how the innovation in the different single technologies and of the components is developing and try to embrace it. And the second one, really looking at the overall total cost of ownership of a plant rather than focusing on a single component cost.
Understood.
Can I add a couple
Please,
of
Klaus.
So Alberto, I couldn't agree more to what you said. So especially with respect to levelized cost of hydrogen, this is an extremely important piece. And if you look back 4 or 5 years when, let's say, the hydrogen hype was starting initially, you saw a competition in terms of how hydrogen costs would come down over time. Everyone was copying from the other one, and eventually this didn't materialize that way. And absolutely, not looking only on the equipment supplies, you have to consider the complete erection piece, the complexity of the commissioning. You have to consider of certainly the operating cost in terms of power consumption, water consumption. You have to consider the maintenance cost and the and the ease of maintenance. So all these flow into this, and I think that awareness is coming more and more, but I still see that there are certain entities which still look a little bit too much on the initial investment cost only.
Absolutely.
Now, clearly, we have Alberto and Klaus on the hook that the cost of hydrogen can come down, but it needs to come down in components. The core may still take some time. But I think it's interesting, Afina, what Alberto spoke about. You and Pradeep ji are the money that are really funding the whole startup ecosystem. And Alberto spoke about before you about the membrane and how more and more startups are coming in different parts of the energy ecosystem, not just hydrogen, but across the ecosystem, whether in AI or otherwise. SEC Fund has been at the front and center of funding such startups and growing them to scale at a global level. Maybe just your thoughts on how SEC is making that happen.
Yeah, so hi, thank you so much for the question. So if we talk about India, look, it's not a hidden fact. We all are aware that it's a breeding ground of talent, right? There's a huge amount of science, engineering, and innovation incubation happening here, right? And the solutions which are being developed here are not just relevant to India. These are relevant to solving some of the biggest global, developmental as well as climate challenges. So where the problem is, right? So there's no lack of ideas, right? But then bringing those from concept to a lab stage, and then from lab to market, and then market to scale. I think those are the steps where we need to work on, and that's where the barriers are. And this is where I can see where SED plays a huge role. So SED stands for Sustainability, Equity, and Diversity Fund. Just to be clear, it's SED. What we do is that we support new and innovative ideas, organizations, which then further take a solutions-oriented approach towards energy transition. And we do so by following a venture philanthropy model. So we use philanthropic funds to de-risk startups, de-risk innovation, because those are the early time when nobody wants to put in money. Those are the riskiest form of money. And then help them in their scale-up journey going forward. So we support startups on innovation at all levels. So say from incubating an organization like GH3 to support the green hydrogen manufacturing capacity of India, to even sometimes supporting organizations more on hands-on industry level where the market-ready technology is there, but how they're not able to connect to the market, they're not able to connect to the further capital, right? So exactly to the theme of the panel. And that's where we come in and we support them on that level as well. Maybe I can take some of the examples of our support, which can just give you a little bit more of a picture of what we do. So we're supporting IIT Madras and Indus DC. And they have some market-ready solutions. So we are trying to help them, pilot them, launch them on an industrial level for scale. What they're doing is, right now, our technical assistant program basically is supporting them for their industrial heat pumps to scale the output to from 120 to further thresholds, to even 130 or 140 degrees Celsius. And currently, if you notice in the market, not even 100 degrees Celsius is available, right? So imagine if this technology, once successful, it will reduce the cost of this by 1/3 of what we are importing right now from other countries.
That's huge.
And yeah, that's huge, right? So like supporting them on that level. And not only that, it will help with the domestic supply chain, right? So that's another point to be noted. Another example is we're supporting Rocky Mountain Institute's accelerator called D3. And this platform is an innovative platform where they are using philanthropic funds to identify, support, and then scale startups, mostly on heavy industry side, because we know the emissions which are coming from that side. And this is exactly the point where they're doing everything they have to do to bring them from TRL 3 to 4 level to reach TRL 8 to 9 and then further scale, especially supporting with them the last mile of capital. I can take many more examples, but let me just say one or two more examples. One ecosystem level example is our support to a boutique consulting firm called Zinteo, where they are supporting hydrogen startups on an entire ecosystem level. And this is where I think Mr. Das will probably be happy also, is that what we are seeing now is that we were supporting this platform for a couple of years now, and now even other sources of funding are trickling in. They're getting support even from Department of Science and Technology. And this is beautiful, right? Because this is how you see an example of blending, right? So philanthropic capital getting blended with public capital for scale. So again, we want more and more of these things to happen. So we're supporting such platform. One which is not really relevant to startup, but since you are there from EY, I may want to take an example. So we're supporting, we actually worked with EY to come up with around 1,000 shovel-ready projects in RE, which are just there, they're stuck, they're not getting financing. And, so what happens with that? Like all the work which has gone goes. So they helped us incubate the list, launched on a platform called Energy Transition Investment Monitor. And now we are bringing transaction advisors to like figure out what is the problem. Is the project not bankable? Do they need more help in designing? And then eventually help them connect with the financiers. So the one important theme which you have to notice here is that all this money which I talked about, all this funding, it's a non-dilutive capital. So which gives innovator a runway of around 3 to 4 or 5 years where they don't have to worry about value of death and they can just like prosper and succeed. The other common thread is that philanthropic money is there not to replace the market or the government, but just to push, from start to lab level, from lab to market, and then further connect them globally. So just increase the supply chain, help the startups not just like die in the death of valley stage, but like actually can go up to later stage as when they need capital. I think I'll end there. There's several more examples which I can get to later.
Examples of startups are always hugely motivating because these are fantastic stories. And converting some of them into tangible results is what makes a difference. Pradeepji, on that note, if I can come back to you, you spoke about two very specific aspects in the beginning, that IREDA is focused on renewables, which also means that you feel that sense of pride in understanding the industry and therefore being able to finance it, to have such low levels of bad debts. It's remarkable. So understanding of the industry as a financier, and at the same point of time, trying to build a wider financing ecosystem, not just IREDA, but other financiers looking at you, feeling that confidence and coming around you to grow the whole ecosystem. If you can share the wider role that IREDA is playing, consciously or unconsciously, in helping these startups scale up in renewables.
Yeah. First of all, it is not unconsciously. It is purely consciously, because we being a government organization, we cannot do anything unconsciously. And not only that, now we're a listed organization. So, see, so far, whatever RE has been developed in the past, which was emerging and challenging, then those agencies, what my co-panelists spoke, they have handled it. And any industry, when in the nascent stage where the startups work, during that period, this handholding approach is required. You require blended finance as well as you require technical assistance. And we used to get regularly from those agencies, be it World Bank, JICA, KFW, etc. and all. And our team used to go to the overseas manufacturing setups, centers, knowledge centers, and try to gather whatever to the extent possible, and then that they incorporate that in our process policy and procedures.
So it was not just financing, it was much more.
Yes, much more. When we will be doing new and emerging, certain assumptions you'll be taking with a forecasted approach. So, and these assumptions to be well validated frequently, because thing is so dynamic. Nobody ever thought that solar, which was 24 rupees per unit 20 years back or 15 years back, will become 2.4 rupees. Similar today, green hydrogen we are talking, it is not affordable, not commercially viable. Certainly by 2030, we are confident this is going to become viable. What is to be done? Skilling, technological disruption. There the startups will play a key role, which they had played in the past also. And you look at the capacity utilization factor of the solar modules, continuously improving.
Yes.
It used to have 11%, 12%, now it has gone to almost 26, 27%. So you never know how much it is going to go up. So again, I'm coming back to the new and emerging right now, which bigger focus of Government of India is there, that is green hydrogen and its derivative. Already government has earmarked 19,744 crores for that to support. Some portion R&D, some portion through PLI. Now, this kind of support is handholding, which I used the word in the beginning, because the sector is in the nascent stage, industry in the nascent stage. And as I said in the beginning, RE in the country has been developed by private sectors. Almost 80% developers are private sectors. The remaining 20%, that is again public sector entities. They work like private sectors. They compete with private sectors. So therefore, and no private sector invests unless there is sustainable ROI.
Yes.
Sustainable ROI. And when I am saying that we have done in 38 years 1,82,000 crore and cumulative write-up is 0.08, that means sustainable ROI we have already proven. And we being the largest green financer in the country, our data points, our facts and figures can become benchmark for the industry to capture and follow and do the BA. And more R&D, more and more data, proper database that will help you and enable you to take the Gen AI benefit. You cannot simply use AI if you are not having a structured data. First you should have a data, then you have a structured data, then you should translate that data into information, then only your AI will work, otherwise not.
Absolutely.
So in the entire ecosystem, in the every space, the startup can work and contribute. And you look at the electricity sector in India, let us be very honest. Till the RDSS, the revamping the distribution system was made, which probably it will take another couple of years, that all the meters in India will be completely smart meters.
Yes.
Then only we will be in a better position to capture the data, which we can use in for the simulation purpose or for AI purpose. Till such time we cannot know. And we do not know what is each household's energy consumption behavior or pattern. We are only doing a wild guess perhaps now.
True.
So entire energy system, when that smart metering and your distribution system, entire thing will be connected to full automated mode, then monitoring can happen. Then each household who are now producing the energy, maybe in the form of a rooftop solar, they can become a seller also, if they are having some surplus. But till it is integrated, till we have fair amount of authentic information system in place, which probably the way the agencies are working in the setup, it may take another 1 to 2 years, the things will be in place. And many startups are working, but probably earlier it was working in a fragmented manner. Now the focus of Government of India to make in India theme. So after, in last 10, 11 years, reform, perform and transform, then the fourth one is inform. To inform, you need to have a mature data, authentic data. And there the entire ecosystem is working. And when I said 60 to 70% of the startups are working in a climate related activity, because climate transition is essential, mandatory for each of us. Otherwise we will not have a atmosphere to live. And since historically renewable has been given a data point that it is giving a sustainable ROI. So therefore, in the time to come, this kind of confidence is going to push further to work more faster, more aggressively by the developer, by the lender, by the policymaker, by the regulator also. Regulator also plays a very key role.
So everyone needs to come together.
Yeah.
I think on that, if I can ask Klaus, you to respond and react to that. Pradeep ji spoke about how the government and how IREDA is helping bring the startups together to scale up for Make in India. And you especially spoke about the fact that when you as ThyssenKrupp Nucera look at India from a global level, you want to have local competence and skills. You want to have equipment suppliers locally to bring the overall cost of ownership down. How does ThyssenKrupp Nucera look at the Indian ecosystem? If you can share some examples on what should startups in our audience look for to tie up with ThyssenKrupp Nucera and really make this happen on the ground?
Yeah, I think it's a question which applies on a global level. So you can't answer that for India only, because
Sure.
I think this is mostly innovation driven, technology driven, and regardless of where you look, I think generally or mostly startups have a very good link into academia anyway, because this is usually where they originate from. So from that perspective, I think the close proximity to academia is given from the very start. Linking it into let's say larger companies, because as Alberto said earlier, electrolyzers are a very complex issue. They're really a complex plant, much more complex than photovoltaic and wind systems, for example. And that means you have to bring along, or you have to learn the complexity of engineering, which is behind just building the technology. And that's, I think, where the startups with their innovative ideas and companies like TK Nucera can fit very nicely together to make that work properly. So on the one hand side, the really good innovative ideas, and on the other hand side, the engineering know-how and the execution know-how that such companies have on a global level.
Interesting.
Also including their certainly global setup, which a startup usually doesn't have.
Yes. Alberto, if I can ask you to share a little more on what Klaus spoke about, and then I want to come back to you, Bjorn. Klaus spoke about how these startups can bring in those new ideas, but integrating them into the design engineering to actually make that system happen, system of systems happen, is where the magic really works. So tell us a little bit more about how you make this magic happen tangibly to get the startups integrated, because otherwise the startups are coming in and pitching and not being part of the system.
Yeah. Yes, I will take it from what Klaus was saying and giving you some concrete examples, because we, particularly on our technology development side of the business, we normally work with small companies and startups that we either acquire or integrate in our in the development of our licenses, whether it is about gasification or methanol or ammonia or hydrogen and other things. There are, I would say, 2 or 3 concrete examples where there are gaps, in my opinion, that has to be overcome. One is, I mean, very soft matter, but it is the knowledge management. When you deal with startups, very often the 99% of the knowledge is inside the brain of 1 or 2 persons inside the organization. You want to make this accessible and sustainable in the future, because those persons might be there today and might not be there tomorrow, right?
Yes.
And if you enter this business with a corporate approach, you draft maybe 10 years industrial development plans, right? So you need this competence to be made available first. So you have to prepare that. And if you, as a startup, you want to be attractive for a big corporate, make sure that you can show and demonstrate that the real know-how of your startup and company can be made available. That's the first one. The second, I would say there is it's like a marriage, you know. when Klaus was talking about working together in partnership, small startups with big corporations, it doesn't happen overnight. I think that there is a mutual learning of the way of working, because we speak different languages. We use procedures, they are not. As simple as that, right? And if you want to scale up, if you want to grow as a startup, at a certain moment you need to make this switch. And then a third example, I would say, which is very important for enabling the startups to move into a scale-up mode. It doesn't depend on them. Those poor startuppers, they already have enough issues with their ideas and technologies. But there is a whole of an infrastructure out there that must be made available to them. In certain countries it is, in others it is not. You want to test facilities. Think about testing facilities for electrolyzers. You have, guys, certainly.
Yeah.
But if one wants to build and propose to the market a new concept of electrolyzer, it has a challenge to go out and try to find a test bench available for testing and demonstrating that their technology is going to work. So this is maybe a message for, I don't know, the public sector or even the private sector to invest in infrastructure, because you have to invest on startups, fine, but if the startups do not have the infrastructure to test and validate their ideas, facilitating the scale up, the passage to the scale up, it doesn't work.
Absolutely makes sense, Alberto. Bjorn, if I can ask you to respond a little more on what was spoken about by Alberto around providing the startup infrastructure, rather innovation infrastructure, to make innovation happen at one end. And at the other end, as Mr. Pradeep spoke about, sustainable ROI through all of this innovation. I mean, you are at the front and center of making this happen from the inside. How do you balance, the money flowing in and yet the questioning happening with the infrastructure to innovate?
Yeah, it's quite interesting, because we change a lot in the way we deal with startup recently. First, I think we will all align on that, is that we need to work with startup, to partner with startup to generate more value for our business. So startups are there, and we need to adapt ourselves to work with them. So as I mentioned before, we created this new entity to accelerate innovation, and to get to our goals, we need to accelerate the way we deal with startups. And I would say I have 3 magic tricks that we are now using, or we change our behavior with startups. The first one, I think it's quite, it was a drastic change. Initially, a few years ago, Total Energy, when we are dealing with a startup, the idea in our mind was to merge or acquire the startup. Is it a good one? So let's finance it and get it. And in fact, doing that, we were working or purchasing, whatever, few startups. And so we are not using a lot of startup competencies. And now our mindset has changed, and now our objective is not to acquire a startup. Our objective now is to partner with a startup. So really, our objective is to be able to benefit from the solution, from the innovation that is provided by the startup. And when you change this mindset, you're just trying to help the startup to exist, to grow, and to have a reliable solution. So this is the first thing we change, and now we move from working with few startups to several dozens of startups that we are engaged with. Second, and I think you mentioned it a little bit, Alberto, is that we need to give a playground to the startups. If we don't give them a playground, they cannot prove, they cannot develop the technologies. So now our executive committee has committed itself to be able to provide a real playground site, to open our operational sites to the startup for them to be able to try what they are proposing, and so we can benefit on the long term on it. And the third one, it can appear very simple to say it, but this created a big change for us. A company like Total Energy, I'm sure we are not the only one, we have a lot of processes. And when you deal with contracts, It's quite heavy. Sometimes it's very heavy. And when you try to, when you discover a new solution with a startup and you want to contract with the startup, if you do it on the traditional way, it will take several months. 5, 6, 7 months.
Simply start with an NDA. It can take you 3 months.
Exactly.
Just to sign an NDA.
Just for the NDA. And so now what we have changed, because we realize that we cannot contract with a startup the same way that we contract with a massive contractor, traditional contractors. And so we manage and we fought for that, but now we have the liberty to contract by ourselves with a small entity dedicated for, let's say, startups. And now in less than 1 month and a half, we have a real contract with a startup. We are not forced to do a call for tender, which makes no sense when you have one startup that has its own solution that doesn't exist anywhere. And so this is the third magic trick, I would say, that is very important to implement, that you can only do if you have the right to do it from your management. And this helps us to work now with dozens and dozens of startups and to benefit from it.
Very nice. So the thought process is to partner,
yes,
not impose. Let them be nimble and yet work with them.
I don't try to possess them.
Afina, if you can seek your closing thoughts on how SecFund looks at these startups scaling up. What are those 1 or 2 key elements that you see that helps these startups scale up in your experience?
Yeah, I said this before, but I'm going to say this again. You know, if you look at with the lens of innovation and startup, there's no lack of ideas, there's no lack of innovation. The barrier is moving them from lab to market stage. So our approach is to support multiple technology pathways while looking at these barriers and addressing them directly. So, and again, we need to, when we say supporting startups, we have to look at all the different players in the market, not just hydrogen, or not just solar, or not just wind. So we're looking at all the multiple ways how and what can be scaled, what can benefit the best. I think if we look at how do we support startup as an overall system, we need to take a systematic approach, right? So from first building the ecosystem, so how do you support a startup from scratch, right? Connect them to, actually not even connect them, before even connecting to the market, they need technical assistance support, they need market support. They might have a great idea, but they might know how to even file a patent. They might not know how to connect with the market. They might not know how to apply for funds. So connecting them on that ground level, and then connecting them to the market so that the technology can actually be validated, to the pilots can be created. And then the elephant in the room, which is the capital, eventually connecting them to the right form of patient capital for the capital-intensive long-term innovations. So if we look at the systematic way, I think that's the right way to finally support a startup.
Yeah.
And just to close with, I think some of the models, when we talk about the elephant in the room capital, there are various forms of funds exist. But I think we also need to look at like more venture studios where 4 or 5 years of grant funding, then turning into convertibles, so giving the startups more room, patient capital, they're not rushed, the innovation which is done right and is done to scale.
Thank you, Afina. I think we have a quick closing thought from Pradeep ji. Yes.
Couple of lines I can add to it, what she said. It is generally experienced in case of startups, they have completely lacked in governance. They do not have well-defined process, policy, and procedure in place. And even though they don't document it well. Whether it is any patient capital or any grant or any subsidy or any debt to avail those benefits, despite having innovative ideas, despite having ability to translate that idea to commercial scale, still they lack in governance. And our one experience in IRIDA, almost a year we had to take, I'll not disclose the names and all, 4 IITians that came together, too much into technical and all, and it took almost a year, and finally they could not be. And in fact, personally, I was feeling very uncomfortable. And another example, some particular material that will be a component in the automobile industry, which almost we are importing from a particular country. I'm not naming because of the issue. And we took almost 2 years till they could not manage, despite they are having a concessional grant from some funds of Government of India. So having a proper governance in place, that will ease out their funding, whether it is debt, whether it is passenger capital, whether it is grant and subsidy. I think that aspect they need to take.
Understood. No, really appreciate the panel sharing their thoughts. We are out of time, but I'll just share a closing note. Our Honorable Prime Minister started the whole India Energy Week saying India is the land of opportunity. We used to hear that about some of the other Western markets. You've heard it for last 2 days at the India Energy Week. This is the land of opportunity, and this is where startups, with collaboration with the financiers and the OEMs, can really help scale up happen for India market. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real privilege and honor to be moderating this extremely important panel on technology, talent, and energy 5.0, the role of AI in shaping tomorrow's energy workplace. The panel needs no introduction, and some of our guests who are probably new to the audience, we'll ask them through the Q&A to explain a little bit more about what their organizations do. So let me make some opening comments. And this will be a very interactive session, so please be ready for questions. Instead of coming this way, they may come this way. So, you know, we all have heard about AI. It represents a massive technology, economic, even, you know, social revolution. And our research suggests that oil and gas companies are really starting to deploy AI, whether it is in functions, in administrative functions, in exploration and production, in maintenance, bunch of things. And leaders are really starting to get some very, very good uplift in their profits. So I think everyone agrees and believes that AI is the future. So a question to the audience first. What I have just said, how much do you believe is real and how much do you believe is hype? I have three options and I want a raise of hands. People who believe it is 30% real at this stage, 30% or lower, raise your hands. A few, okay. 60% believe it's real. I mean, the whole thing about AI is 60%. Oh, I see a lot of more hands going up. And people who believe it is the world of AI already and 90% is real. Okay, I have some few hands. So it's a little bit in the middle. So it's a pretty interesting answer. Few skeptics, few enthusiasts, a lot of people in the middle. So I'll start with you, Rashmi and Ankur. You represent some of the largest organizations, 18,000 officers, 15,000 engineers for you, and a very impressive number for you as well at OIL. How are your organizations thinking about AI investments? How do you think about impact that comes from AI? No, I think it's
yeah. So I tend to agree with the audience that AI is here to stay, and once having established that it's a reality, I mean, there is no question of whether you have to leverage AI or not. It's like a done deal. And when we look at how do we intend to invest in AI, see, it's about investing in which ways and which places. And the way we are looking at Indian Oil is, we are looking at a very three-pronged strategy kind of strategy for investment in AI. One is baseline literacy, because like you mentioned, we are an engineering organization and we do believe that there has to be a baseline literacy in our entire workforce. And when I mean workforce, I also mean my operators and technicians also need to have a baseline literacy as far as AI is concerned. Then there are business use cases. Now with so much of open AI sources, there has to be a question of, making your employees ready to use those open sources in an ethical manner, in a prudent manner, in a manner in which they can leverage it, but at the same time maintain data confidentiality, data integrity. And the third is leveraging the technological efficiency part of AI. That is where the real investment goes, because we are a heavily engineering dependent company and we have so many technical data points, I would say. So how do you leverage it to build efficiencies? How do you leverage it to reduce your fuel loss? How do you build it to improve your yield, get the best product mix? That is where the investment and the business outcome that we are focusing on.
fantastic. Ankur?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I also tend to agree with the audience. Actually, some of the organizations are just testing the AI, just dipping their toes in the water. And of course, for some of the organizations, they've taken a deep plunge. However, the spectrum is very wide. Some are cautiously optimistic, and when some of them have taken a deep plunge. But why? I think that the narrative has changed from should we to a narrative that how fast can we? That is the, I think, current imperative as far as AI is concerned. As far as Oil India is concerned, our AI journey started way back in 2019 under a DRIVE project. We have taken 11 initiatives on almost everything on pilot basis, starting from AI-based reservoir modeling, AI-based well control, AI-based geophysical data processing, even drone surveillance for security of our pipelines. Out of that, we have learned a lot, and then we are in the verge of launching a DRIVE 2 project. However, we must always understand that the concerns of the employees. So what we are trying to communicate to our employees is that AI is not here to replace you, AI is here to help you. However, if you do not get literacy in AI, you will be replaced by somebody who knows how to use AI. So that is the story as of now for Oil India Limited.
Fantastic. I really love the use case on security of pipelines. And both of you are director HR, so I'm glad the business leaders sitting here are very happy to come to you and ask for more resources. But let's move our attention to Take. Many in the audience would not know NIDO. Can you please explain NIDO's position in Japan, the initiatives, including in energy sector, your responsibilities as Director General, and where do you think AI will be most useful in energy?
Thank you. I think just turn it off. Yeah. Can I hear?
Speak a little bit. I think it'll catch up.
Hello?
No, I think it's, yeah. No. Can we have some help here?
Yeah, no. Okay, can I hear me? Okay, my name is Takemi Tanabe, and you are not familiar with NEDO. It's a New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organizations, which is a governmental, the normal voice, okay. Independent funding agency under the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. And we support the research and development in energy and industrial technology sectors. And my responsibility is the head of the TSC. It's a TSC is a Technology and Innovation Strategy Center. And my role is kind of the technology intelligence role, and identifying is next generation promising area, which is a frontier area to which the Japanese government should invest in. And so that we look at some long-term technology forecasting and future. And so the AI is a very important technologies and in various areas, and the AI itself is important as well. So my expectation is which area is AI is useful in the energy sector. And energy related R&D project in NEDO can be broadly categorized and 4 areas: energy generation, energy storage, energy saving, and energy management. And as AI is a fundamental technologies, it will be utilized across all these 4 fields, of course. But I believe that among them, the particularly promising progress can be expected as energy saving and energy management. Because energy saving is very, very important to Japan because we don't have any natural sources, so it's very keen. But so the AI will give us the new solutions, and we are very expected about that. And also the energy management is a very, very should be the sophisticated in especially in the electricity. So the AI can be used that kind of areas, and we have a lot of projects inside of the NEDO.
Fantastic. That's a pretty broad spectrum from savings management. So we really look forward to more perspective. Gino, I mean, you kind of run a global business, and energy operations are becoming very complex, digitized, interconnected. Failure happen here, impact can be felt at many other parts, So from your perspective, what does good look like?
Sure. I think when we think about what good looks like companies that are already embracing AI. They're already starting to move into applications that are native AI capable, and they're starting to deploy these applications within their enterprise in areas like that aren't going to affect the process, that are safe stomping grounds for testing new technologies. areas around asset performance management is a good one, giving you information on when a piece of equipment could potentially fail and giving you a timeline of how you can respond to that particular failure. Another great example is energy optimization, which was just mentioned. That's another great area which can give customers real tangible value and savings as they look to get more comfortable as they move into AI, for sure. So there's a lot of areas where you can start and begin to define what good looks like in your own corporation.
Yeah, fantastic. So already you're starting to say that visible signs of success are there, and good. Let's move the gears a little bit, and I think both Rashmi and Ankur did allude to that. So if AI is the engine of transformation of future, then skills are the fuel to bring about this transformation. And that's where also most organizations are constrained. I mean, we do at BCG a lot of reports, studies, meet a lot of employees to understand what is happening. And often employees would say 75% of our employees in the latest survey suggested that they feel under-supported for the kind of trainings that are required to be AI ready. Establishing some inventory of skills, how do you really make skilling very effective for every individual becomes important. I mean, if you look at examples around the world, and may not be relevant for energy sector, but if you look at the big names like Google and Amazon, today they require all their employees, right from top to the bottom, to have a certain level of certifications on AI. Otherwise, they are gently nudged to look or move on. So my question to you, Rashmi, is your organization, and you mentioned that in the first part, is your organization creating an era where everyone will have some AI learning degrees, or you're looking at niche capabilities where certain functions, certain areas where a lot of value resides in AI will become AI ready?
So Ashish, I'm very happy to share that, Indian Oil today is, I would say, a very young organization. See, our average age, which may not be true for other companies, is, minus 40, which used to be 2 decades back, maybe around late 40s. So the hunger for new technologies is quite high. And as HR, if we don't cater to that hunger, to that aspiration of learning and growth, then we are ourselves creating a stagnancy, which is not a very healthy proposition. So all our talent strategies are built around, catering to this hunger. And let me tell you, I'm very happy to share, we have loads of in-house capabilities and learning opportunities, including a very, very well-established e-learning platform where all this is available. But at the same time, when we're looking at an AI strategy for the talent, what we are looking at is, yes, for the baseline literacy, we've done a lot of programs, lot of webinars, and most of them are oversubscribed, let me tell you. That's what I said, that the hunger for learning is immense. And this gives us a confidence that there is a need in the company to, create more and more avenues for the workforce to come on board in learning these AI. So what we are doing is we are offering certification courses. We are also offering a lot of webinar content, but more importantly, what we are encouraging our workforce is we do a lot of hackathons around AI. We are encouraging our workforce to develop business use cases to simplify their own work processes. Like Ankur mentioned, that AI is there to support your own work, make it easier for you. So we are doing a lot of, these Innovest festivals and hackathons, where we are encouraging our workforce to come up and give us solutions to problems in day-to-day processes and work environment where they are working, so that there is a wave of AI in the company. And that has yielded us very good results. And for instance, I'll tell you, we have just recently deployed a in-house developed AI tool. We are a government organization, and public tenders is a big space for us, where we manage documents which run into hundreds of maybe pages per tender document. Evaluating these was a humongous task for the person who's behind the process. And now we have deployed a AI layer developed in-house, which automates it completely. The tender document is evaluated, a summary made, a table made for the person to just cross verify and implement. So this has reduced the process time a lot. And this is just one example of reduction in process time. There are umpteen in-house developers. So that's what we are doing.
There's so many good
and
points.
just one small point to add, when you mentioned about niche, yes, we have made a dedicated group which is looking into very high end AI deployment, which is actually looking into integrating it with operational technology.
I mean, this is a fascinating conversation. I mean, you have made so many nice points. One thing which I want the audience to really take away from here is we will have to look inwards within our own organizations, our own talent, to get really moving on the AI game. It is the only way where, in some ways, a stable AI strategy on skilling can be achieved. But let me turn to you, Take. Securing talent proficiency, it's very good to say, look inwards. She has a luxury of 15,000 high quality engineers, but getting talent proficiency in energy and AI is no easy task. And especially, it may not be so relevant for Indian market, but in a Japanese market where you have an aging workforce, how is the Japanese government, particularly NIDO, identifying specific technologies, development fields as preliminary step to securing talent?
Thank you very much. That's a good question and tough. And in my role is in the TSC, NEDO, that we explore and identifying the technology fields where NEDO should conduct R&D from the mid to long-term perspective. And by positioning these as a frontier area and proposing them within the NEDO and the METI, Ministry of Trade and Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, to promote innovations. So the themes identified within the frontier areas, this is a various one, not only the energy sector, but also some the environment or digital food tech or various areas. And we that's an area will be solicited as a RFI, the request for information to gather public opinions, and which will be incorporated before advancing to the research and development stage. So through these kind of the R&D process and investments in frontier areas, especially for in the energy sector, whatever is fine. NIDO strongly demand the outcomes and or efficiency. So in that case, the proposals will hopefully use AI because the new achievement, the overcome of our request can be done by the AI. So through that process, we are forming the AI talents under the R&D process. So just building the AI capability is very difficult. So as the Ms. Govil says, some POC or small projects is very fine and very good idea, and also R&D process, the many proposals. Okay, so we should use AI. That's the trigger to be familiar with the new technologies.
Fantastic. And if you need engineers from India, please do open up some kind of an outlet here as well. You run a global business, Gino, right? I spoke about how companies like Google and Amazon are now really pushing hard top down the AI skilling. How do you, with the large workforce that you have in different countries, how do you measure the productivity of your employees who are working on cutting edge technologies, digital businesses? Is it really translating into real productivity gains? Is it still a little bit on the surface? How do you think about the talent and skilling aspect of your workforce?
Sure, though, good question. I think overall, as we think about AI and where we're going, if you're developing software, if you're in the technology space, you have to be in AI. We've been deploying AI for the last 15, 20 years now in our technology stacks. So it's nothing new, but the evolution of AI has really moved fast forward in leaps and bounds for sure. Internally, how we're using it, of course, our development teams are developing software with AI. So that's a given. That's almost table stakes now. If your development teams and technology teams are not developing software with AI, you're gonna fall behind, and you're not gonna be able to keep up, to be quite honest. And the quality will not be what it needs to be as well. But then, as we think about how our organization runs, of course, we're using large language models within our enterprise. A lot of enterprises are using Gemini, or they're using ChatGPT, or they're using Copilot. We're a Copilot house, but we're using Copilot today as a base self-support system for all of our employees. So we've already started moving in that direction. So becoming familiar and working with AI is a must, because as we look at how we're going to grow the organization will grow around these AI tools, and we'll look to use these AI tools to leverage the workforce that we have today. So there's no doubt that by leveraging these tools, you'll get a multiplier effect within your organization. Same thing with the applications that we deploy and provide our customers. They're designed to help customers get more leverage within their enterprises, to run more efficiently, to get more productization, to improve quality. So all of these AI applications that we're building for our customers go into these products. And the whole design is to help them, because in our sector we're dealing with a workforce shortage, and that's real for all of us. And so what we really hope that our customers are doing, and what we're encouraging them to do, is use these tools to help leverage and skill up the workforce that they have in-house today, so they can, as a portion of the workforce retires, those lower level tasks are now handled by AI, and they're able to upskill the rest of the organization more quickly.
Let's have a real question. Would you have a parameter like this or a KRI like this in the PMS, or would you make this as an important consideration for promotion?
Oh, I think if future leaders within any organization have to be AI literate. I mean, because if you're not, your organization will fall behind, especially as you look to move towards things like autonomous and whatnot.
I'll come to the audience on this one, because I feel ultimately this is so critical that you really need to have some kind of embedding in your processes of how you're measuring the scaling part. Let me come to you, Ankur. This is all good, but there's always a little bit of, there is a little bit of an uneasy feeling around it. What kind of difficult questions come to you around AI?
The first and foremost question is the concerns of the employees. Today I'm getting replaced by technology.
Yes.
That is it's human feeling. It is real, and it will come. But if you go through the discussions, basically 2 or 3 major themes emerge. The very first thing is that job security concerns. The second theme is around the skills anxiety. And of course, the third and not the least is the change fatigue. Because change fatigue. Because last 3-4 years, the way things are changing, I've been, nobody's sure if I learn something, how much time I will get to unlearn and learn a new thing, right?
It's hard.
It's hard. So for the first thing, at least the job security concerns, we are trying a lot of things. Before launching the DRIVE program, we have had town halls with not only with the officers, even with the employees, which is a large group in our organization. We have taken feedbacks and implemented all those into it. Now we are on the verge of launching DRIVE 2.0. We have asked the departments to come up with projects that which can be helpful in working and where AI can be deployed. They have come with, if I remember the exact numbers, 85. We have from 85, we have cut down to 23, and now we have zeroed down to 10. 10 major projects that will take. Right? There is one way of getting people involved. We also have something called digital champions, identified each and across departments, so that people who are quick at adopting, we have taken them on board as digital champions, and they are part of these teams who are going to implement all these initiatives that we are planning to do, right? And the third thing is the change fatigue. For that, of course, all kinds of workshops, communications, town halls, that this is the thing, it is going to stay, and you need to adapt. Otherwise, you will be left behind, and maybe sometime in the future, you might also get replaced. Of course, which is very difficult in a PSU scenario.
I really like your answers. I think 2 or 3 takeaways. One is it takes time. Keeping it to simple, nice, bulky projects can really make, get things going, and then involving everyone. Really like it. All the leaders here spoke really from their heart on how they are wanting to change and help their employees move on this AI journey. Question for the audience: for you personally and for your teams, if this is happening from an organization's perspective, I want to know how confident you feel about your preparedness or your team's preparedness for AI. So again, I will have 3 choices. First choice is, you and your teams feel very confident on this AI journey. Raise of hands. You have done a pretty good job. Well done. How many of you have yet to hear about it? Nobody? Okay. And then I think I should not even ask about yet to touch my department. It is in the pipeline. Well, kudos to all of you. Well done. Let's move on. Look, PSUs had a particular way of hiring, and that has worked well. We got a lot of employee loyalty. We got some great talent, and I think that model has no challenge. But as the skills are changing and the kind of skills that you need for future are changing, Rashmi, do you think you need some agility in your workforce design? Do you want to have a different kind of workforce model which can allow you to be a little bit more tuned into future?
Ashish, we've been around for a good 60 plus years, and we've been doing and going from strength to strength. Okay. And when you've been going from strength to strength, I think agility becomes an integral part of our DNA. And though you said that PSUs have a very straight-laced work structure, it's not actually the way it works. What has worked for us is, we are a pan-India company. We have 600 odd locations across the length and breadth of the country into not only various geography, various product lines, various functional verticals that we are actually having. And when you have such a integrated system, the agility becomes an integral part, because you have to move your workforce around these product lines, these functional lines, so that they come out as a very well-rounded kind of a talent pool which grows in the leadership. So their agility forms a part of the work culture itself. So that's when I said, we are a young organization where appetite for learning is high. That also is a part of learning, is a part of the DNA. You're expected to be on your toes, know the new technologies that are coming, and also execute them and implement them. So that, having said that, there's always been, we've always been doing some lateral hires wherever we need some niche talent which we don't have. And from there on, we have grown to build our own internal talent pool. So we have been hiring people laterally, but though fewer in number, but we've been doing very successfully in grooming our own in-house talent to integrate their processes with the niche latest technology. So that's why we've been able to keep our workforce on toes.
Fantastic. Great. I'll move to you, Gino. When we speak about this AI, and earlier it was just a decision support, but now it is, as the technology moves forward, it will gain more eminence in decision making, may start to make some decisions as agentic AI comes in. How do you develop trust between the systems and the human workforce, which has to then work together?
Sure. No, I think one of the things is, I think you should always think big when you're thinking about moving into, because when you talk about augmented operations, you're talking about moving towards autonomous. And so as you think about moving towards autonomous, I think you need to think big, but start small. And so I think you start off with applications that are designed. There's applications that are designed to augment the operator today, like in asset performance management. If you're a user of our application, you can actually, when when you see a failure coming, it will tell you that a failure is coming, and you can ask questions about when was the last time this failure happened, how did the system, how did we respond to this failure last time, and then the system can actually begin to make recommendations on what you should do. And then once the system goes into recommendation mode, that is when you're augmenting the operator. So look at applications that are low risk, that don't affect the process. Start there. And then as you get comfortable with working with an augmented environment, then move on to things like true augmented operations, which we have a technology that does that for our customers that are using our control system. What we'll do is with augmented operators, the technology name, we're enabling customers to put in this technology, and once the technology learns the process and models the process and models responses, what we're enabling our customers to do then is the system will tell the person, once you move out of that optimal operating window and it notices that that condition is starting to drift, what the system will do is it will recommend, it will, one, alert you that you're drifting out of your optimal operating window. Two, it will make recommendations on what you should do as corrective action to move back into the optimal operating window. And so this is new emerging technology that we're bringing to market. We've been working with customers on this for the last 2 years, but now it's ready to roll. It's ready to move into the market. So you'll see announcements from us actually in this quarter in Q1 around augmented operations. So if you're interested in looking at this technology, feel free to reach out, because we're looking for customers to work with as we begin to onboard.
Fantastic. I think what you said could be also very useful to do some show and tell. I think that could be also very interesting to develop more confidence. I'll move to you, Ankur. I think you really touched some of the key points on thinking about change and the human aspect of it. Adoption of technology takes time. Do you think we are being impatient?
At least I am impatient.
You're impatient? Okay. So you think that's a good thing? Okay.
So it is actually taking a lot of time. It should not take so much time.
Okay. Okay.
You should have been up and running with all the projects by this time.
All right. He wants all his 10 mega projects to be delivered as of yesterday. I like the value element in your answer. This leads me into you, Rashmi, and to you, Take. If there is one enabler you would like to dial up, which will enable the full value, and as Ankur said, I'm impatient, I want the results as of yesterday, what would be that one enabler you would like to dial up?
So Ashish, the first time I read about computers, it was garbage in, garbage out. Now here is a technology which is continuously learning, and is based on a learning model. So if the syllabus is itself wrong, the results are going to be, the answers are also going to be faulty. So the one enabler that I'm looking at, especially for my organization, is the data points have to be extremely clean. They have to be the quality of data, the input quality, the intermingling of data points, those are issues and challenges which we are grappling with, and which I would really want to scale up so that we can actually deploy large scale AI solutions to the company.
Data, fantastic.
So just to cut in,
please.
Just one or two words. I agree with Rashmi, but I think what we need to focus more on the prompt engineering.
Prompt engineering.
Unless people are educated in prompting the system, then you will not get the desired output.
Ask the right questions as well.
Right.
I'm not sure I'm sitting with Director HRs or Director Technologies here. Take?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And in my experience of the policy of the promoting the digital transformation, the same things happen now. And in that sense, the important enabler is the people's acceptance of the new technologies. So the Gino's recommendation, just start small, is very important, because 10 years ago, I promoted the digital transformation in Japan. But many management and people, staffs, the DX is very important, I understand. But they're still skeptical about that technology. So but small start and understand the technologies and gets some merit and time efficiency, and they enjoy the work and so on. So they accept, oh, DX is very good. So the AI is still now the progressing of the acceptance at the moment. So the many people, especially in the energy sector, is a very robust industry. So they are skeptical about the AI. So the try to get the acceptance of the AI. That's a key point. And learning is the next, I think.
Right. And as you can see from the audience here, this is a different audience. They're all AI ready. So maybe some infusion of ideas can happen. We are running towards the end. This has been a fascinating conversation. And before I go to audience, if you had to summarize your organization's AI and upskilling vision for the next few years, 2030, 2035, in just one sentence, what would it be?
So I'd like to borrow from Johnny C. Taylor, who's a veteran on HR. He says that HI plus AI is equal to ROI. So it has to be human intelligence plus artificial intelligence if you want to leverage ROI, because it's just not going to work one way. It has to be a hybrid model.
Ankur?
So adopting AI is not adopting technology. Actually, what we are trying to do is having human transformation for better output using technology.
Okay.
For us, and for me in my division, I think we're AI driven. And I think you have to be an AI driven company, because if you're not, by choosing not to be, let me put it this way, you are making a conscious decision to go out of business. So you have to be AI driven.
Just enjoy the AI.
Enjoy. You know, a lot of great points came up, and my heartfelt thanks to the panelists. So, you know, a few points came up, and I want you to again raise your hands. If you will do personally something different, and you may have done it, but still you will do something different about AI after this session, what will it be? So I have a few options, and of course you could have taken more than what I have here. Attend a course. Okay, about 15-20% people here. Ask your team to reimagine a process and create a mega initiative to get value. Oh, okay, this is the value part is really here. Upskilling and reskill your team. Everyone, fantastic. Run a hackathon. Okay, quite a few, but not everyone. Make a change in performance management. These are hard taskmasters sitting here. Make the journey enjoyable, as Take said. Okay, again, a lot of people. Yeah, sure. This has been just fascinating to hear views of everyone here. My final question to all of you. What do you personally do to learn about AI? Take, we'll start from you.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I'm a kind of the geek and I love AI. So, that's I just enjoy the AI. So one thing, the AI is
it's okay. I mean, I think Take is too close to AI to respond to that. Gino.
To call you're calling us out. I'm getting a master's in AI right now, so I just started last week, so I've got a ton of homework that I've got to get done this week. So looking forward to that.
All the best, Ankur.
Right, we have a LMS platform, but there are no AI courses as of now.
Okay.
So to keep myself relevant, at least in last 3 months, I have gone through 6 courses on AI in the iGot platform.
Wow. Okay.
So I do something very simple. Have conversations with people half my age.
Really the nice way to do it. And because I asked a question, I should also respond. I am actually learning how to do an agentic AI programming. So I'm also upon it. My huge thanks to the audience, to the panelists. I really enjoyed this conversation. I hope you did too.
Good evening, everyone. Quite a challenge when you have a beautiful session before where you bring in the talent and take the talent along with you. So hope we can do the justice to the audience in terms of very exciting topic that we're going to talk about on integrating cross-sector strategies and alliances to fast tracking and underlighting clean energy transformation that we're going to look for from here. Because one of the saying that goes, and that's why I moved from an oil and gas sector focusing on clean energy, is because we have taken this planet from our forefathers, we are using it to our best advantage, and then we have to give it back in the same shape and form that we have to give it to our children. So with that note, we have to have the focus around it. So thank you, the eminent panelists. We have a very diverse mix of panelists. Kudos to India Energy Week platform to create that. We have Chairman and Managing Director from Engineers India Limited, Ms. Vatika. We have a member from the World Economic Forum, from Davos to Goa, Espen from World Economic Forum, heading the Energy and Center of Excellence in the Energy and Material Science. We have Dekan, who bring the global perspective from Equinor, heading India and Singapore, and he has in past worked upon the clean and low energy carbon footprint and leading the overall Equinor from the region perspective. And myself, Kapil Vansal, I am partner in EY Parthenon, looking into two elements of the business: Sustanomics, which is on looking at sustainability at one point in time, but now bringing the economics with it as the cost of decarbonization and sustanomics is going down, and on the energy transition side of the things. So I'll let the preamble to the overall discussion that we're going to have in terms of the recent Bloomberg New Energy Forum. There was a complete growth of 11% on the new energy investments that you have seen, and the conventional oil and gas business has been reduced from what it is currently now. So when we saw from last 11 years, the transition has already started placing with the investment. So almost $2.3 trillion as per the 2025 results has been done in the new energy space. So investment is happening, but when we look from an international energy agencies, that investment is not sufficient. It's just 37% of what it needs to be done to make it a net zero and the planet back to the shape that it is required for our future generation. So we need approximately around $5.6 trillion annually through 2030 to ensure that the planet is in the most sustainable manner in which we can take it back and give it to the future generations. The other point is policies and regulatory framework has been quite dynamic. We've seen what happened in the US from Inflation Reduction Act to EU Green Deals. So the policies shape the behavior to a larger extent from the incentives and the structures, and dramatically change the capital flow that we are looking towards these new technologies, which is going to reach its scale. At the same time, all of this needs some amount of partnership, which spans around involvement of the ecosystem players from public, private, and philanthropic capitalists to take a role in overall structure of creating this energy transition in a fast-track manner. And that's where we see a lot of capital has been unlocked of roughly 7.8 billion by the philanthropic capital in the last 1 year across 137 deals. When we look from a global to India perspective, there has been a huge ambition of moving towards our energy security, bringing in an affordable manner and in a sustainable energy security, whereby we have taken ambition of 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel energy capacity by 2030 and net zero by 2070. That's a huge task for a population of almost 1.4 billion to ensure the energy is being provided in the right form and it's been consumed. So these developments have been not possible if we just look from a one sector perspective. It has to be looked from a cross-sectorial perspective with different dimensions: technology, finance, policy, and the industrial ecosystem to accelerate and underwrite this transition. And to coordinate all of these, there are a lot of challenges and constraints that we have to move away from to make this as an asset than a liability. And for that reason, we have this panel who is going to orchestrate some of those discussions that we're going to have. And to have that panel together, we're going to talk about some of those tangible progress that we have to take for call for action, not just have this discussion over here, but look into the three critical areas underlining the transition from the cross-sector risk and capital mobilization, policy policy alignment and regulatory ecosystem for cross-sector integration, and ecosystem integration from a transactional partnership to a system-level alliances. Those are the three particular themes that we're going to talk about. So starting with the underwriting the transition across these cross-sector risks and capital mobilization. So Vertica, as a major EPC player, increasingly we deliver decarbonization infrastructure. But how does EIL role is looking from these projects towards de-risking, because these are large capital investment that you need. And in the same terms, how do you ensure that the asset owners who are going to take this activities forward are secured from the overall engineering, construction, and delivery?
Thank you. And it's a pleasure for me to be part of this panel, especially on this very relevant and pertinent topic which faces the future generation. As an organization, Engineers India has been instrumental in shaping the energy landscape of the country, as well as taking up projects internationally in the conventional space, as well as in the space for sunshine technologies. The more important challenge that any of these investments have looming in front of us is how do we define the definitive um, dimensions of the project in terms of getting the right capex upfront to take those decisions. All technologies which are new, which come for the first time, have this challenge because of the cost curve, which kind of works in the favor of deployment of these technologies over a period of years, as well as the ecosystem required to make sure that these technologies or these projects have the definition which wherein capital deployment is de-risked from escalations during implementation. So that's the very essence, and what EIL does is, with the technical competence that we have under one roof, as well as the robust, complete end-to-end services that we offer from concept to commissioning, actually brings in for the owner the complete offering, wherein the definition and the cost thereof are such that the risk for investment are mitigated. Solutions which could follow in such projects, which would need that these projects are implemented in a very timely manner to get the returns thereof, because most of these investments, as you mentioned, upward of 2.4 or 2.5 billion trillion dollars in clean energy, which is up from 1.7 to 2 and now 2.4 over the last 3 years, would also need that the investors or the funds which are deployed by various agencies see that the projects are implemented in a time-bound manner. And therein solutions wherein the ecosystem of a modular concept or building up the supply chain, which is again unique for different technologies. If you talk of hydrogen, you would have the electrolyzer supply chain. If you look at biofuels, you need specialized equipment for that. So how to build up that ecosystem? As an organization, we are very, very experienced, and the entire vendor base that we command in the country as well as internationally makes us a valued partner for our clients to look to us for implementing these projects in a timely manner and de-risking their investments in terms of escalation as well.
Thank you. And just kind of summarize three-pronged strategy that you bring towards de-risking such long capital is from the technology competencies, end-to-end services, and time-bound execution excellence. That's quite a valid perspective to take the things forward from underwriting. But when we look from what we are doing from India, but there is over a global perspective. And as when you coming from Davos recently, which concluded last week with many global leaders focusing on energy security, affordability, clean transition. From those discussions, what were your important takeaways that you can bring on how cross-sector collaboration and cooperation can work towards building this ecosystem? And as well as what are the latest trends towards these alliances in terms of underwriting such large capital investment?
Thank you, Kapil, and it's a pleasure to come here directly from Davos and see this vibrant energy ecosystem here in Goa and what's really happening in India. There was a real geopolitical smell in Davos this year, for those of you who have followed. And this was really also transcending into the energy discussions, other discussions that were happening there. And maybe four things I can highlight. One is this importance of energy security, as you mentioned. People are really waking up to that, both companies and countries, that energy security really matters. So if there's no energy coming, there is a problem. That's a high priority. What can people do? One is obviously to diversify. If you're a supplier, if you're a consumer, it still matters to diversify. Another one is transparency and predictability as much as possible on the policy frameworks. And to your point, the third is partnerships. Really think about new partnerships, diversify those partnerships. And that's also where I see a lot of companies and countries are now looking for new partnerships. We just heard the big trade deal that was signed as well, or at least announced between India and Europe. Those are the new types of partnerships. Canada as well, what they are doing worldwide. Second point, AI. There was a session here on AI right before. That's the name of the game. Of course, still very early days here. For energy, there's a question both ways. How can speed and cost to electric power come fast enough to power these data centers? But also, how can data centers really help optimize the energy system going forward? So that was really transcending the discussions. Third point is this, the growth in energy demand and how to power that, especially on the electricity side. We see the electricity demand growing 3 times faster as overall energy demand. And contrary to what most people think, data center is not the main driver. It's a big driver, not the main driver. It's actually cooling, then it's electrification of transport and industry. But how do we do this in a way that is smart, to really use this opportunity to scale clean energy, storage, other solutions that can also help clean the energy mix as we meet that demand. But let's not also forget about the fuel side of the equation. 80% of the energy mix is fuels. Only 2% is cleaner fuels. So everything from biofuels to clean hydrogen, e-fuels, etc. We had discussions around that, and I see optimism in the room, and I see also India is really at the edge of this. Much more can be done here, and partnerships really matter across the value chain. And the last point is around the power of the emerging economies. Of course, a lot of attention around China, who's dominating a lot of the energy discussions, but also India, Brazil, South Africa, and others are heavyweights now, both in terms of energy demand, future growth, but also on the technology side. And we can maybe come back to that later.
Oh, lovely. So again, I would like to summarize that the 4 points that you brought in is the energy security with diversity, transparency and predictability, along with the partnership, AI at a speed, and growth towards energy demand, and 3x growth that we are looking at. Now, that's kind of important to look at the sectorial side of the things. Now, Dr. Deshkan, when you are working on Equinor across oil and gas, refining, and different sectors that are under your purview, clean energy also has a lot of, components to it. Green hydrogen we talked about, renewable energy, carbon management is becoming an important area. So this is a diverse portfolio that you have to look into beyond, oil and gas. How do you think the cross-sector risk allocation when you're looking towards your own investment in these sectors, number one, and number two, from an India perspective, what kind of partnership structures can make this, because we've been talking about, ecosystem partnership from both the sides has been the success mantra and reducing the risk factors. So what kind of partnership that you would look from an India standpoint of view?
Thanks. Hi, thanks. Can you hear me? Is this okay?
No.
Now?
Now. Sure.
Now?
I think it runs automatically. Somebody would be managing.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Maybe not. Okay. I'll just wait.
You can change.
Come and fix it for him.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
No. Excuse me. You want this? You can use the next one.
I think this is good. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I had no part to play in this. I can start by that. But like my fellow panelists, first and foremost, it's a pleasure to be here. As Espen said, it's just intriguing to see the energy in the India Energy Week. So we have visitors coming from Europe, our headquarters, and they generally go back super enthusiastic because the atmosphere here is quite electric in many ways. So answering your first question, Kapil, basically, Equinor is a technology-led company, much like our peer group companies. So diving into the unknown, which is the deep reservoir under the sea, thousands and thousands of feet, many oftentimes, where you really don't know what you're getting into, comes with a lot of risk. And with the kind of capital that is spent on those kinds of wells when they're drilled, when those prospects are developed, and to maintain the production at those high capital investment platforms, also entails a lot of risk. So as an industry, like us with many other companies and our company, we generally like to, what I like to say, socialize the risk across our peer groups. And what I mean by socializing the risk is a reservoir engineer that we have may be fantastic, but then a reservoir engineer from another company can bring a different perspective, which then together can bring forward a much more stronger technical perspective towards how to exploit the best value of a reservoir. So historically, us as a company and us as an industry are very used to the concept of partnerships. We believe in the concept of diversity. We sometimes even mix engineers and geologists together, which, trust me, it's not a very popular combination, but that helps us get the best out of the people. Talking about renewables in particular, and this is, I think, where a lot of our peer group companies as well as ourselves have taken a slightly more portfolio type of an approach. Because yes, carbon management is important. Yes, CCS is important. Yes, offshore wind is important. But at the same time, if you look at the return profile that some of these early scale technologies generate, it doesn't necessarily meet what our shareholders expect from a company like us. But at the end of the day, as Vartika ji also pointed out, some of these technologies are in their nascent stages. And it's important to keep the finance perspective, I wouldn't say outside the discussion, but balance that in the sense that what are we getting with the capital that we allocate towards a new energy technology, and what are we contributing towards essentially scaling that up. And there was a session this morning about CCS, taking it from lab scale to astronomical scale or something like that. Unless we invest in those, it's not going to happen. Yeah. And maybe I can give a very concrete example of CCS. So we have been capturing carbons, transporting it and sequestering it since 1997. And this was not because we love CCS, but because that was the cheapest way to store CO2, which we are not allowed to emit, which was producing from our gas field. So fast forward almost 20 years later, we had a lot of customers talking to us about decarbonization. But then the question was, yeah, we can easily capture the CO2 at a site. What do you do after you capture it? Where do you really take it? Of course, when you look at the end-to-end value chain, the cost of capture, transportation, and sequestration is quite high because it's generation one project. And then the question is, who's going to pay for it? So we went to the government to ask for subsidy. And the government said, well, that's fantastic. It's a great idea. How can you develop a business around it? And that's when we started socializing again that element of risk together with our peer group. So we approached our peers, and Total and Shell came together, and then the concept of Northern Lights was formed. So in a sense, I would say when you are pioneering new technologies, which are the first of its kind, which need to be implemented several times to bring the cost curve down, socializing the risk across industry to develop that confidence in a business model is quite important, because engineers can do wonderful things, but unless the money makes sense, nobody's going to invest in it.
That's a beautiful example and illustration that you brought in from peer collaboration. No, but I still go back to you in terms of one of the things that you started off with saying that, you know, upstream is itself a risky business and capital allocation comes with its own set of risk. Now, clean energy is somewhat reached its growth maturity stage with success in terms of technology readiness, commercial readiness. Do you still think that underwriting these technologies would be a challenge from being a bankable investment opportunity and your portfolio diversification? Because there is some amount of, I think, either from a policy standpoint of view or from an, government perception, leadership perception, to take a pause and focus on the shareholders first. So just wanted to understand your perspective that, there has been some amount of perception-based decisions that has been taken.
It's a great question, Kapil, right? And sometimes I feel a bit privileged that I'm sitting in an energy company and not in a regulator seat, because with the way I would say the technology has matured, but more than that, the wave of energy transition and decarbonization as a theme has matured in the last 5 to 7 years. It's quite it's quite unseen before, right? In the last 5 years, you talk to my 15-year-old son and he's talking about decarbonization and CCS, and not because I work at home, but because they talk these things at school. So all of a sudden there's an intrinsic expectation that yes, we need to do something, right? So what really is happening is the regulators are trying to look at different sets of technologies, be it green hydrogen, be it blue hydrogen, be it renewables, and they're also trying to hedge their bets a little bit. But in reality, the return expectations are different in different countries, and the maturity of these technologies, and even to add the need of these technologies, is different in different countries. And I can give you a fantastic example. We actually opened up our India office for offshore wind business in India back in 2019. And we were super excited that yes, India was the first country in some ways outside of European landscape trying to take the first leap. But when we came here, we saw the onshore renewables making so much more commercial sense because it had already come down the cost curve. The power was being delivered at, about $30-40 a megawatt hour then, and now in fact $20 a megawatt hour. Why would we look at $120 per megawatt hour offshore wind project here, right? So we have to take a, I would say, pro-technology but country agnostic and what fits the curve best kind of a view. And that's what we truly believe in.
Oh, lovely. So you mentioned from the perspective of offshore wind to onshore wind from a commercial perspective. So going back to you, Vartika, in terms of looking at cross-sectorial collaboration, regulation plays a critical role. An example given on offshore, there are a lot of ministries, a lot of regulators that you need to get approvals, like fisheries, marine, social, environmental aspect to get from an idea to an execution level. So what regulatory reform would most improve that kind of speed in this clean energy sector across, say, green hydrogen, and with your experience that you're now diversified into from, as you were mentioning earlier, from 97% to 60% from oil and gas to other sectors, which is in different countries also. So how do you see this reforms playing a critical role towards making it at speed, at scale, through that coordination that we have some examples coming from Equinor?
Sure. So I would say that in the world that we are in today, every country, like India, has their own INDC targets. We have built about 300 gigawatt of renewable capacity. So every country is looking in their own way to kind of be in a commitment towards clean energy. So what's most important before we go on to the regulatory is the consistency of approach of a nation towards their commitment to bringing into the energy space elements like green hydrogen, PSPs, or you look at biofuels, or you look at any other energy which is even nuclear, for example, which kind of blends in the decarbonization aspect. And as my colleagues mentioned, and as is the case, all this, some of it needs hand-holding, some of it needs some other talent, some of it needs engineering capability, some of it needs supply chain. So there are many elements and diverse elements in bringing each of these segments onto the table. But as I mentioned, I'll go back to the point again, it is the consistency of a national approach towards adoption of this for investors to actually make decisions to put in their money. As we know, like the cost curve of so many, like the solar has, transformed the, the supply chain itself has brought down the cost of solar. Likewise, when we look at second generation ethanol, the first one that we built as a company for, AEBPL, the bamboo-based bioethanol plant is the first of its kind. We're doing the first SAF project on UCO for one of our clients in India, wherein technology is there. And as we discover the prices, we will find that we need a framework of regulation in terms of the price point that the product has to fetch, such that the investor and the stakeholder interest is safeguarded. And as a nation, India is committed, and that's why we have 20% blending of ethanol and gasoline. And we, in times to come, have almost 60% more ethanol capacity to produce than we need for 20% blending in gasoline. So we are looking at alternate routes for conversion of that ethanol with the fuel and food story to kind of make SAF or any other, value chain to convert that. So this consistency is extremely important, particularly in the scenario that we are. You talked of IRA, you talked of CBAM. We as a nation and the globe is interdependent. As much as it is fluid, still the interdependence needs to be addressed by all of us. The shift in the US, for example, shifting away from the renewables completely to fossil-based economy has probably heard a lot of investments which have happened in the clean energy space. And in comparison, as a nation, we are committed to bridging all these gaps. And therefore, all the segments to make it happen, whether we talk of the power sector with the storage for around-the-clock renewables, we talk of other elements giving renewable power, we talk of transmission, we talk of pricing, we talk of supporting the sector in terms of VGF or filling the gap in terms of price, the viability gap funding. These are all ecosystems in place. And the best part is, as a nation, the leadership, our Honorable Prime Minister is accepting and ready to make these changes and moderations in regulatory framework. A lot has been done, but a lot needs to be done. Particularly, let's say for SAF, to certify that SAF is actually fit for the aircrafts is a work in progress. Standards for hydrogen in terms of the development of the complete ecosystem is work in progress. But the good part, as I mentioned, is that it is in synchrony, and it is work in good progress. And therefore, it's a sector wherein, as a company, we will be there, and as a nation, definitely, we are bound to grow.
Oh, this is lovely. So the intention, the consistency, the commitment is all there. But what we need is kind of a framework regulation that standardize things across. So Espen, you've been, bringing all the different government agencies, countries, leaders together, and recently that happened in Davos. So taking the clue from what Vatika mentioned, that we need certain elements of global frameworks to come together. Any point of view from your side that how you can make it, not just you per se, but the forum and us like consultants who work with industry majors and the government side of the things together can bring some of these reforms at a agile, accelerated, and most adopted manner to have this clean energy being fast-tracked and underwritten without any, risk factors that we just discussed about.
Yeah, we definitely need to speed up on the energy transition and fire on all engines. And by that, I mean also leveraging the power of policy, finance, some of the bigger energy companies, customers, etc., and bring them together to move faster. And also then leverage also the energy security needs, not only the sustainability. That's an opportunity. But then the question becomes how, and that's also where organizations like the World Economic Forum can play a role. We're not an implementer, we're a platform and a catalyst, but we help connect stakeholders on some of these topics. Just to give you a few examples, one is on hard-to-abate sectors that we know that they're hard to abate for a reason. More technologies are needed. Some of these technologies, like CCS, for instance, are costly. Hydrogen is another one. So we have something called the First Movers Coalition, gathering more than 100 companies, making buyers' commitments to some of these clean technologies to send a demand signal to the suppliers and the innovators. And that's where interests align. A second is perhaps on the industrial clusters. These are economic zones, a lot of companies co-located. Very often they don't cooperate, but these are really points of leverage and also where you can find win-wins within the cluster between the technology providers, sectors that use energy, those who supply, etc. And there we have a network of 40 clusters globally that's A, working locally on their own projects, and B, collaborating and sharing best practice globally. We have 6 of them in India, and they're really lighthouses for showing the way of what's possible. That can also show the way for others. And the third is on this issue of the clean fuels. So the problem here is that in some cases, biofuels in Brazil, for instance, or some other cases, it's in the money and it makes sense. But we have to make more of these fuels come into money, in more of the demand sectors faster. And that really requires cross-sector partnerships, the financiers, and we need also the policymakers to set the direction and help nudge things in a smart way that's not too expensive on the taxpayers, but still can help the industry. And things like mandates, blending mandates have been used here for biofuels, for instance, in India. It's one example. The auctions on the fertilizers that helped green hydrogen come down the cost curve. It matters, but we need to move faster. And to your point on CCS, I was also started my career in the Norwegian government back in 2001, and one government had to leave their office because they didn't reach their CCS ambition 25 years ago, and now it's still not taken off, which really shows the scale of the challenge in some of these big tech areas. So how can we move faster together?
So you brought a very important point on the industrial clusters and, World Economic Forum playing a role towards catalyzing it. A lot of my clients keep asking me that, if we want to do it scale and we are running out of time, one of the things that is needed is, can we get some of these technologies in terms of partnership or in a kind of open source? You mentioned about industrial clusters, you mentioned about some of these learnings that have been there. While we see that there are papers, but is there a way where we can bring the knowledge asymmetry to knowledge symmetry for all the countries in a level playing grounds? Obviously, there would be synchronizations required, which Vatika mentioned, but something that can bring level playing grounds for everyone.
So a hard question. I think a lot of the knowledge is out there if one puts the pieces together, and then you have partnerships, because one company cannot go it alone. So you really need to bring these innovations together with a business model that really makes sense and it becomes bankable. And if it's not really bankable, the question becomes, how can you make it bankable? There are a few ways to do that. One is to innovate further, to get the cost down, the R&D track. A second could be to bring in new partners that might have the missing piece that can make your bankable. A third could be to go to the regulator to say, I have an interesting value proposition here for the country, can create some jobs. What I need from you is X, Y, and Z. And the last, I think, is these corporations that go beyond individual sectors, companies, etc., for a greater good. And I think it's that type of journey we're on for things like CCS, for things like hydrogen, some of these bigger things that are very much needed in the energy system we haven't been able to solve yet. And I think India can be at the leading edge of many of these areas, given the scale here.
So going back again, we asked from an inbound perspective, but there is a lot that you have learned from India. So from an outbound perspective, the whole SECI tenders, which brought price discovery, the green hydrogen that we talked about, or some of the biofuels success, that is there an outbound that we can work together to take it to the world? The global south teaching the global north now.
Yeah, indeed, and that's a great opportunity. I think a lot of innovation has gone on here in this country, and the ecosystem is so vibrant. The government is setting a very clear direction of travel. The 500 gigawatt target, for instance, is just one example. And the scale here of the market is huge, and the growth is also huge, both in terms of population and demand. This gives leverage. And I think now is the time where also partners abroad, I mentioned Europe and Canada, but also others, are now looking to diversify those partnerships. And back in the days, it used to be maybe the Europeans, Americans coming here with the technologies. Now I think the time has come that the likes of China and India have an edge. But I think the trick would be not to just try to sell those technologies back into the European market, but just to create those partnerships that are really win-win, because all countries are looking now for competitive edge and lowering emissions and security. So think about those win-wins.
Lovely. No, perfect. And just to bring that whole perspective back to you, because I was just waiting for this clue from Espen, because you mentioned around the lovely partnership that you have done in, Northern Lights with Total, Shell, along with Equinor. What can be replicated the same way in India? Because we are part of one of the engagement that's coming through and would be announced in the coming budget is the CCU mission, national CCU mission after the green hydrogen success. And there is already, in the public domain that 39,000 crores would be invested in this thing. So government, again, consistency, commitment, and desire is there to make sure. What do you think would be the success story for that to happen, what you have done globally to India?
Sure. Thanks, Kapil. But maybe before I answer your question to me, I want to answer the question or maybe add something to the question you asked to Espen about Global South and North. I think the one story which is, and maybe I've talked about this again and again because I just feel very proud about it as an Indian to share this story. I think the one story which is not very often talked about or even understood to that scale is the massive success of the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala and Ujala schemes. I think when I start talking to even some of my industry peers, they know a little bit about it here and there, but they really don't know the scale at which it has transformed not just human lives with improving energy access, but also reduced emissions. So what Ujala was basically replacing traditional light bulbs with LEDs, and that just reduced energy consumption and brought energy efficiency to the scale like never before seen.
Yep.
And what Ujjwala did, we all know, which is increasing LPG access from 64 to 99%. And really what that has done, which is touching upon 7 sustainable development goals, I don't think there is any other country in the world that has even thought about such reforms, let alone implementing them with the level of success that India has managed to achieve. So instead of thinking about reducing or sequestering carbon at $200 a ton, I think replacing wood with LPG at almost $0 a ton is a much better investment in reform that India has done successfully. So I think we should all really be proud about that. Answering the question that you asked me, I think the most important thing that really helped us succeed in the Northern Lights projects is collaboration and transparency. It's very important for us, not just us, but our peers in that project to come to India and any other place we go to basically share the learnings, but also share the obvious mistakes, right? Because there's so much money and time wasted in learning that can be fast tracked by starting to collaborate. So we're already starting to have proactive dialogues with the ministry, with Niti Aayog, with DGH, with ENP companies in India. We have brought them over to the Northern Lights location almost 1 or 2 trips a year. And the theme is really to bring ahead that knowledge and fast track that learning that we had, not just from a technology perspective, but also from a regulatory perspective, also from the financial perspective. And how do you really create a business out of it? It's easier said than done, but it's the first step that we've already taken.
Thank you. So I think we are on top of the hour and will not take much of others people's time. Just one thing that, just in one word, that we can look for to accelerate or fast track and underwrite the clean energy focus with the flip-flop that we see at the global level, but at the India level, focusing purely on India. One thing that will make it at an agile, fast speed to make sure it happens, because we all know and we have discussed technically it's feasible, cost curves are come down, commercial viabilities is there. So one thing that will make it to reach the scale that we are looking at. One call for action from your side,
Are you?
Yeah, Vatika, you can start
I
with.
can start. All right. So I think the one thing that is necessary is the belief. The belief that innovation is the very DNA of human intelligence, And this is the innovation is going to transform every dimension of whether it's technology or anything. And the second thing I would add one more is the belief of the leadership, at institutions or organizations, that this is going to be the success story in times to come.
Lovely. The belief has been from your side. One call for action, especially for India, as you observed from last 3 days.
I think in life it's always good to have a compass and a North Star. And I think India knows its compass and North Star. It's about development, it's about its longer term transition goals. And from that, I think it comes down to innovation and partnerships. Continue that innovation journey, the entrepreneurial journey, make those partnerships within India, and then go to the world and partner with the world. And I didn't mention the other global South countries, if you can call them that. I think it's a huge opportunity, and people are looking to India to understand how you're transitioning and how we can partner also with Indian companies and stakeholders.
Lovely. Dr. Deshkan?
I think Vartika and Espen have said everything I had to say. But I think the one message, if anything, I can say is the beauty about India is how we leapfrog things here very quickly. We go from Gen 1 to Gen 4 usually, right? I mean, we went from 2G to 4G very quickly and now to 5G very quickly. So I think that only happened because of a certain level of speed and commitment and nimbleness in the policy making. So I think if India can just maintain in some ways its nimble-footedness around policy making to see where the economics and the technology makes the most sense from a wider acceptance and implementation point of view, that is clearly the recipe to succeed.
Thank you. And I think same goes for me, just not to moderate and ask question. The one thing that I have observed from an India standpoint of view is frugality is not the necessity because of which you can't succeed. But the important thing is awareness. A lot of the times I have seen so much startups that India has, and that ecosystem, if given a chance and opportunity, India could be the next superpower, and we're looking at $30 trillion economy, and that's going to happen in a very short time. With that note, thank you everyone, and really appreciate the whole panel to provide a diverse perspective on an important topic of fast tracking and collaborating alliances in the cross-sectorial function for developing the clean energy. With that note, thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.